Our first car corral parade laps today are at 11:45, and if you want to be in that, and who wouldn't want to be, at 10:40 this morning, you've got to attend the safety meeting, which is in the Lime Rock Park tent in the B paddock. Make sure you're there 10:40 today for the safety meeting, because if you don't get a sticker or a wristband showing that you were at that meeting, then you can't be in the parade lap. And yesterday we filled the entire 1.5 miles of Lime Rock Park with a single file Miata parade. It was pretty awesome to watch. These warm-up sessions, we've been told, the track is cold, hasn't had a chance to warm up. So the warm-up is going to be basically 3 caution laps plus maybe a hot lap or 2, depending on what the driver wants to do. So this is Group 1 out there to do their warm-up session, followed by, let's see, Group 2, yeah, and followed by Group 3. That makes sense. Bee Paddock is a busy place. In fact, a lot of our vendors are down there, including Moss Miata, People Cars, Nutmeg Miata Street Drive. They start there. It's where the Airstream hangout area is. Artist Race Labs in B, 949 Racing, Renewal by Anderson, Liquimolly, I never know how to say that, Planet Miata, Whaling City Mazda, and Mazda of Milford, plus Crashed Out Cars. I'm not sure what that is. I'm going to head down there myself and see what that is. But we were calling them Crashed Out Media yesterday, but I've been told it's Crashed Out Cars. So curiosity and the cat should send you down there regardless to see what that is about. Spec 13 Motorsports is there, Food Bank for Pets, and Creative Audio Systems.
Check 1, 2. Can you give me check 1, 2? No, I just want to make sure the same level.
Mic test, test 1, 2.
Mic test 3, 4. So I just want to make sure there's similar volume.
Yeah, that's. Tires, the go-to tire for Spec Miata Racing. Sean Noonan finished third yesterday in his quali race, but we just found out that because he was the first to enter this race weekend as an entrant, he won a set of tires from Hoosier Tire. Well done. Way to go. Thank you, Hoosier. As a reminder to fans and teams here today for Miatacon 3, both the Country Carpenters Beer Pavilion, which has food, and the Lime Rock Park A Paddock Cafe, both are open today, of course. Closing out today's racing action will be the Tom Matano Memorial Enduro Race. Tom Matano was the original designer of the Mazda Miata, and he passed away relatively recently. Tom Matano Memorial Enduro Race. And that Enduro race, very interesting. It's a random grid, and so nobody knows where they're going to start. It'll be drawn from the proverbial hat. The start of the race will be single file. If you don't have, whether you have a partner driver or not, everyone will spend 5 minutes essentially in pit lane to make the driver change, and even if there isn't a driver change, you're waiting 5 minutes. That way there's no rush to get people belted in, so everyone is safely strapped into the race car for the driver change. And there will be a 25 or a 20-minute window to make that change or to make that stop. And it's a 75-minute race. Enduros are really fun. And that will end the on-track action today. The Tom Matano Memorial Enduro Race begins at 3:15 and ends at 4:30. Still in the midst of the groups 1, 2, and 3 warm-up sessions. When it checkers at 9:30. We do have an HPDE driving experience on the track. These are drivers, they're not racing out there. It's basically a track day. And when that checkers, we go into the Group 1 race, the morning race at 9:55. Group 2's race begins at 10:25. And at 10:55 is Group 3. And another reminder to those who want to do the parade laps with the car corral participants, you have a mandatory meeting at 10:40 today at the Lime Rock Park tent in the B paddock. Make sure you're there. If you're not there, you can't be in the car for the parade laps.
Attention paddock racers, if you are doing an enduro or you're adding co-driver, moving stuff around, please make sure you get that done before 11:30 a.m. upstairs in check-in with Sarah or Tamara. Again, anyone that's doing enduro that needs to make any changes, add drivers, remove drivers, whatever it might be, just let us know by 11:30 a.m., please.
folks, the barbershop, our pithy, punny name for the gear and merchandise store up the steps from A Paddock. We do have Miatacon merchandise. Head over there and grab an event t-shirt, poster, plus all the other Lime Rock Park gear. Miatacon is a success because of the involvement of all of our partners and sponsors. That's how racing works. And I'd like to read off those here. That's Moss Miata, Mazda of Milford, Whaling City Mazda, Neft Vodka, ACI Dynamics out of Seymour, A Verdi Storage Solutions, B Works, Connecticut Business Systems, a Xerox company, Connecticut's Call Before You Dig, CBYD, Visit Connecticut, Country Carpenters, Cub Cadet, Delamar Hotels, DTLC Equipment and Trailers, Elise Harney Real Estate, the Falls Village Inn, Ferrari of Greenwich, FCP Euro, Foolproof Brewing Company, Goff's Equipment Services, Haggerty Insurance, Hummel Brothers, the hot dog makers, Hustler Mowers, the Interlaken Resort, Liqui Marsh McLennan Insurance, Massey Ferguson Tractors, Miller Motor Cars of Greenwich, NBT Bank, Pelote, Pepsi, the Sports Car Driving Association, SCDA, Steel Power Equipment, that STIL, pronounced Steel, Tents Unlimited, Hooley, Toyo Tires, VP Racing Fuels, the White Hart, and Women in Motorsports North America. By the way, at the end of today's two 20-minute races and before the Enduro, there will be an award figured out by Moss Miata that they're going to give to a driver, but they haven't told us what the requirements are, what they have to do. It's going to be a subjective decision on sort of like the driver of the weekend. I find that pretty interesting. That will happen in the Victory Circle area before the start of the Enduro race, the Tomatano Enduro race. FCP Euro is the official auto parts supplier of Lime Rock Park and offers genuine OEM, and aftermarket parts for European vehicles since 2001. But did you know they offer more than that? Head over to fcpeuro.com to find buyer's guides, DIYs, chassis breakdowns, and more to help you keep your European ride running right. Miller Motor Cars of Greenwich, Connecticut have been purveyors of fine motor cars since 1976. Miller Motor Cars is the official dealer of Aston Martin, Ferrari, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, McLaren, Bugatti, Pagani, Maserati, and Alfa Romeo. To view their full lineup of brands and available inventory, visit them online at millermotorcars.com. One more note on that Tom Matano Memorial Enduro race. There is no refueling. And you say, well, so what? Well, this race has been designed time-wise and lap-wise to be right on the edge, so to speak, of the fuel capacity of a spec Miata. So there could be, and not that we want it, but there could be some toward the end of the race, or maybe people really low on fuel. They may have to change their lap times. They may have to do the classic shut it off and turn it back on. Who knows what can happen? Or nothing may happen. Everyone may make it all the way through, but is right at the limit. There is no refueling in the enduro race. There is a driver change, or if you're not making a driver change, you're still required to stop for 5 minutes. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Those who have tweaked their motors to the extreme may find their fuel mileage to not be quite what they need. We'll see, but that's part of the fun of an enduro race. What you're seeing on the track right now is the HPDE program. This is where people are basically getting familiar with what it takes to properly drive the racing line at a racetrack, how you do point buys. This is not racing. This is, for many of these drivers, this is a prelude to ending up being in races. And SCDA conducts track days like this all the time at my golf park. And it's a great way to get your toe wet if you want to enter the actual on-track racing world, which I highly recommend, by the way. Proudly serving New England and parts beyond, Country Carpenters designs and manufactures classic New England-style post and beam buildings. As the official post and beam builder of Limerock Park, they bring timeless craftsmanship to every building kit. Visit countrycarpenters.com to learn more. And there's a garage sale on through October 31st, 15% off all salt box kits.
Attention on the race paddock. If there are any additional drivers who are looking to sign up for the endurance race this afternoon, please come see us at the top of the tower. Again, any drivers or co-drivers that want to get set up to race at the endurance race this afternoon, please come see us at the tower. We are doing a final grid by 11:30 this morning, so please come see us by 11:30.
Goff's Equipment is the area's leader in new and used farm construction and outdoor power equipment. Goff's expansive inventory and expertise in the industry ensures they have the right piece of equipment for you. Visit them online at goffsequipment.com. Get it at Goff's. Got about 4 or so minutes left in this track day session, and then we've got our quali, what's called the quali race 2, group 1. So the grid has been set by a finishing position in yesterday's race. That green flags at 9:55, 20-minute race. gas, water, fiber. It's all under our feet. Don't take a chance, avoid costly mistakes, and call before you dig 811. A Miata fan named Mo here. Mo, say hi to everybody at Lime Rock Park.
Okay.
And what's your name?
Avery.
Avery, why don't you say hi to everybody?
Hi.
They're like pros. That's amazing. They can do the work today. Thanks for stopping up. Everybody had to hear you. A special thanks, of course, to the wonderful volunteers of the Lime Rock Park Right-Handers Club. They come from far and wide to help the Lime Rock Park team at all the year's races. If you're interested in joining that team, give the track office a call during the week and tell them you'd like to join the Right-Handers Club. Delamar Hotels and Spas are very pleased to sponsor Lime Rock Park and Miatacon 3 as Connecticut's premier destination for unparalleled hospitality. They know a thing or two about elegance, history, and tradition. Spend a day relaxing at the spa, indulge in a decadent meal at their award-winning restaurants, or simply relax in the comfort of your well-appointed guest room. They look forward to welcoming you soon in Greenwich, Southport, and West Hartford, as well as Traverse City, Michigan. Yesterday's Group 1 race result forms the grid for today's first Group 1 race. On pole is Matt Carr from Torrington in the number 90. Alongside will be Christian Sarnecki from Plymouth, Mass. He's in car 44. Sean Noonan from Newburgh, New York is in the 0 Miata, Spec Miata. And starting fourth is Justin Ferraro from North Salem, New York, not too far from here. He's in the number 8. Earl Tucker from Brantford is in the number 194, starting fifth. Starting sixth is Steve Katz from Bardonia, New York. He's in the number 3. David Nagler from Chester, New York is in the 67, starting 7th. And starting 8th is Earl Tucker III, also, of course, from Brantford, in the 91 car. Starting 9th is Stuart Hawkins from West Simsbury, and he's in the 26. And then Zachariah Rosenberg from New York City in the 171. He's starting 10th. Starting 11th, David Nissenbaum from Red Hook, New York. He's in the 192. Nicholas Boré, again from New York City. He's in the 80 car, starting 12th. Starting 13th is Ken Williams from Wyoming, PA. That's just outside of Philadelphia. He's in the number 7. Ben Foltz will be starting 14th. He's from Peru, Vermont, and he's in the number 88. Don Duman in the 52 car from Wallingford, Connecticut, is starting 15th. Mark Sharon is from Cold Spring Harbor, New York. He's in the 89 car, starting 16th. And rounding out the 17th and 18th spots, Ron Cohen in the 188 from New York City, and Gerald Cohen from Rye Brook, New York, in the number 70. That race starts in about 7 or 8 minutes. So Group 1 is all spec Miatas. That is a specific, as spec would imply, set of rules overseen by the SCCA. So these are all spec Miatas. They're all NA and AB cars, I believe. Yes, they are. All the spec Miatas are the first generation, second gen Miatas. The pace car for Group 1, Race 2 of today is staged at pit out. Again, the front row is Matt Carr, Christian Sarnecki, Sean Noonan, and Justin Ferraro. Those are the first two rows. The number 90, the 44, the 0, and the 8. These are 20-minute races. The second race for each group today are going to be 25-minute races, and the Enduro is a 75-minute race with no refueling. Keep that in mind. Group 1 headed out on the track for their 2 pace laps. Matt Carr from Torrington in the number 90 on pole. Christian Sarnecki in the 44 car from Plymouth, Mass. He's alongside Sean Noonan in the 0 car. And Justin Ferraro in the 8 car make up row 2. So 2 pace laps. And then the 20-minute race. This is their second race of the weekend. Their third is this afternoon, and many of these folks will also be in the Enduro, the Tom Matano Memorial Enduro race. If you remember from yesterday, if you were here, Matt Carr basically drove away, but it was a really wicked battle between Sarnecki, Noonan, and Ferraro for the bulk of the race. So expect the same or even more in this one. Looks like this is a healthy pace lap speed, giving all the drivers the opportunity to get their Hoosiers warmed up, get their brakes warmed up. One of the variables of a road course start is when does the green come out? I've seen them flown when the cars are still at the apex of the downhill, and I've seen them where the green doesn't come out till they're almost underneath the starter stand. It's up to the starter, the flagger, to decide if the rows look neat and tidy and no one's doing anything unusual. We have the pace car at the apex of the downhill, and he's headed in. We have, it looks pretty lined up, pretty nice. Waiting, waiting, green flag right out about the ambulance bridge. Everyone's neat and tidy through one, still side by side. Matt Carr leads, and Sarnecki looked inside in the left-hander. That wasn't going to work. Again, everyone staying on the road, heading up Paul Newman Straight. Corner net calls out back, so everyone's probably still neat and tidy through there. Under the Bailey Bridge, down the downhill, that's 4 stories of drop. And we have Matt Carr in front. We have Sarnecki right behind. We have Ferraro right behind. It's the first 4 cars close to each other. The field is actually spread out a little bit. No big action into Big Bend except toward the back for 11th place. They're heading up Paul Newman Straight. We don't have a camera there this weekend, but we do listen to the corner net. Here comes Carr doing what he did yesterday. He's got about a 7-8 car length lead. Sarnecki, then Noonan, then Ferraro are your top four. Oh, we got big lockup from third place. Noonan. He didn't lose the position, but that's got to be close to a flat spot happening there. That was definitely smoky. Tires on fire. Four are all running quick laps. They're all in the 101s. Steve Katz in fifth place has a 102.6. Carr is definitely beginning to gap Sarnecki, Ferraro, and Noonan. The order is Matthew Carr in the 90, Christian Sarnecki in the 44 is second, Sean Noonan is third, in the 0 car, Justin Ferraro fourth in the number 8 car. They've separated themselves as their little group out in front of fifth place Steve Katz in the number 3. Well, Carr is putting on a car clinic. That's about a 20 car length lead over Sarnecki, followed by Noonan, then Ferraro. That is even gap first to fourth. We have a little bit of action here for fifth into 1, and nothing's going to happen there. Is the first of these pilots to get in the 1 minute flat zone. Carr continues to extend the lead over Sarnecki. He is just laying down the laps. He doesn't have to look in his mirror if he doesn't want to. Sarnecki's into the low 101s, but that's still not in the area that Carr is. Here comes fast Carr. Cross start finish, and that's a bit more than 2 second lead over Sarnecki. Noonan still in third, Ferraro still in fourth. No real change up front. That's almost equal gap between first and second and third and fourth. Well, Now we had a driver get up into the marbles in Big Bend, and he lost at least 5 spots. Saved the car, didn't spin the car. And that is a white car. I don't have a car number. We'll see who that is in a minute. Car is way out front. The other drivers are asking him to be sure to right when he gets there. He's not making any mistakes. The number 80, Beret, and he's up to 6th place. That's good movement from, I believe he started outside the top 10. If you ask Matt Carr, yes, it is lonely at the top, but he certainly doesn't mind. He's got a well more than 2-second lead over Sarnecki. That lead now is actually 3.3 seconds as they cross start finish. Here comes Carr again. Lower positions, we got some good action going into Big Bend. It's too wide, some trail braking going on, side by side. Nope, got to back out of it. We are officially at the halfway point of this 20-minute race. Again, Matt Carr handily leads down Sam Posey Straight. His laps are so consistent, within 1/10 of a second of each other, the last 10 laps. That is mark of doing exactly what you need to do. The only question mark for Matt Carr is going to be if and when he hits lap traffic. Will that have an effect? But even if he doesn't get through cleanly, he's got such a lead now. Yeah, it would maybe just take him out of running the 1-minute flat lap times that he's doing. Yeah, that's about a half a Sam Posey Straight's worth of lead that he has over Sarnecki and Noonan and Ferraro. Now this looks like a test day for Matt Carr. Of course, this is when you could be subject to lost focus, but that's one of the things you've got to train yourself is stay focused, hit your marks. Carr's got a 5-second lead now over P2 Sarnecki. And he may not even get to lap traffic in this race. We'll see. No, that's actually going to happen. Here comes Carr now into Big Ben. He's about 4 seconds behind a couple of the back markers. And we don't use that. They're just running at the back, having as much fun, if not more, than everyone else in the field. This group going into Big Ben right now. We've got 5 cars, all nose to tail. They get through cleanly. Car's got about 3/4 of the front straightaway. 5 minutes left in the race, we hear from race control. 5 minutes till 1 to go is how that gets handled. We'll have 3 or 4 cars to deal with if he wants to keep his lines up. If he's smart, he won't make any bold moves because the gap to second place is big enough that he could even motor around that little gaggle of lap cars. Not risk. Carr is now dealing with 3 lapped cars as they go through Big Ben. He'll hopefully try to get by at least 2 of those. In fact, he's making an outside pass in the left-hander. That's pretty handy. Now he's got 2 cars in front of him. He's got another one who lets him by in the right-hander. A 1/10 of a second gap to 4th place Ferraro. Probably going to get a point by on the front straight, which he does. So that's easily dispatched. In fact, he may not even reach any more back markers before the end of the race. I think we're inside of 3 minutes before we see the 1 to go white flag. Barrett is up to 5th. That's that New York City driver who started outside the top 10. He's up to 5th place, I believe. Yes, he is. Barrett in the 80 car. He's the man on the move. For what it's worth, actually Sarnecki, I thought Sarnecki had closed the gap a bit to Carr, but that has not happened. He's having a bit of trouble getting past some lap traffic. Race control tells us that Carr will see the white flag next time by. Here comes Carr at the apex of the downhill. There's 4 cars in front. He won't reach them before the end of the race. There's the white flag for Matt Carr, who's got a huge gap to Sarnecki in 2nd, Noonan in 3rd, Ferraro in 4th, and Boré in 5th. And here we come for the last time. Matt Carr wins the race handily as he did yesterday. Sarnecki 2nd, Noonan. There's Sarnecki crossed the line. Noonan in 3rd, Ferraro in 4th, and Boré in the 88 in 5th. Carr very consistent. Almost all of his laps, including his last lap, was in the 1 minute flat zone. So well done to him. Well done, Matt Carr, Torrington, Connecticut.
Coming up next will be our Group 2 for NC and ND OpenX cars. They'll be graded according to their qualifying race yesterday. Starting on row 6 on the outside, Alan Levy. Inside him, Tom Rush in the number 21. On the 5th row, the 84 of Darren Berger alongside the 78 of J.C. Ogle. Row number 4 on the outside, car number 129, Thomas Connor. On the inside, the 86 of Kurt Sire. Starting on row 3, we have Pat Daly, the number 53, who lost third gear yesterday, but they replaced the transmission. He should be ready to go today. And on the inside, we have the 39 of Delore. On row number 2, starting 4th, the fastest of our LRDC drivers, the 34 of Richard Regal. On the inside, the 8 of Josh Natella. On the front row, on the outside, the number 18 of Massimo Risi. And on the pole, the number 46 of Aiden Rose. Really great race all through the race between Massimo Risi and Josh Natella. Hopefully we'll get some more action like that today. That's your grid for this Group 2 second qualifying race. Remember, it's the total finish between their qualifying in race number 1 and their qualifying in race number 2. It will determine the grid for the final race of the day for these groups. That works so if you finish first in a race, you get 1 point. If you finish 5th in a race, you get 5 points. So if a driver finishes first and third, he'd have a total of 4. And then they grid them by the lowest number. Obviously, if a driver wins both, his total is 2. If there's a tie, it will be determined by who finishes higher in the second qualifying race. So we'll have some idea once that race is done what the grid's going to look like for our final race of the day for each of these groups that are going out now. Pace car leading out our Group 2 field. They'll have 2 pace laps. Getting them straightened out in their order that they will be 2 by 2 as they go to the back of the course. As I read before, Aiden Rose should be our first car. But at the moment, I don't see the number 46. It may be that he's just coming off the grid in a slightly different order. They'll straighten that out when they are out on course. They used a split start the last time where Rose, Risi, Natella, and Thomas Connor in the 129 were in the first group, and then there was a gap back to our spec Miata type LRDC drivers, which will be headed by Dickie Regal in the number 34 and Delore in the number 39, with Pat Daly in the 53 and Kurt Sire rounding out the top 4 for the LRDC drivers. Daly, Ore, and Regal all having a really good race until Daly began to drop back once he lost third gear, which you really need here at Lime Rock. Cars going out to line up behind the pace car now. All 12 of the cars for this group are out on track. So no mechanical problems for anybody in this race. So when the first group of 4 finishes their second pace lap, the starter will give them the green flag if they're in order. Then there'll be a gap back, and then we'll see the rest of our LRDC grid maybe 100 to 150 yards behind them. Drivers just completing their first pace lap. Now on the back of the course, once they finish the uphill, cars should be getting in a 2x2 order in preparation for a start.
As Craig told us yesterday, big battle between Reese and Natello. Rose walking the field here. Again, split field. First 4 cars. Green is out. Reese in his Italian colored 18 leads into one. Actually, relatively easily, about a car length. And we have the Drivers Club start. That is 3 wide into Big Bend. And we have smoky tires. We have 1 car spun, stopped. We'll see if he gets refired. He's essentially on the outside entrance of Big Bend. He is moving, and the yellow will drop as he continues. We'll get a car number in a moment. So Reese, the Italian, has about a 2-car length lead on the 46 of Aiden Rose. Connor is 3rd. This is a great battle up front. Okay. Del Ore is the one who spun in Big Bend and got refired and back on the way. That's in the Lime Rock Drivers Club class. So far, Pat Daly is leading the Drivers Club race. He actually had a gearbox issue toward the end of yesterday's race. Here come our leaders down the straight. About 2 car lengths. Reese over Rose in the 46 car. Reese's in the 18. Rose is just biding his time, staying within 3 car lengths of Reese. Rose certainly doesn't have the walk in the park that he had yesterday. And Reese showed his skill under braking multiple times. He was challenged into Big Bend for second place, but was definitely getting to the brakes later and keeping the position. It was fun to watch. All right, Rose must have made a mistake somewhere because Reese has just pulled out a 10 car length lead somewhere in the backside. That could have been the uphill, could have been West Bend, likely a lift at the uphill, if I'm going to make an educated guess. Reese, Rose, Nutella. That sounds like an Italian law firm. That's your first, second, and third. Reese out to about a 25 car length lead over Rose. Nutella is not in the battle as he was yesterday. He may have a car issue. Connor remains in fourth, and Pat Daly leads the Drivers Club class handily over Regal. Craig may have mentioned Pat Daly had a gearbox issue yesterday toward the end of the race, and he did get a gearbox change yesterday / this morning, and his car appears to be fine. Again, he's leading the Drivers Club class. Rose has chopped a little bit into that Reese lead, but Reese is already putting up 59, high 59s. Rose, a 1 minute .5 is his quickest lap. This race is in stark contrast to yesterday's Group 2 race. Both the Drivers Club category and the overall category, things are spread out a lot more than yesterday. But let's see, we have about 10 minutes to go in this race, a little bit less than 10. Reese going around lap traffic into Big Bend, no problem. Rose will have to deal with that car heading up Paul Newman Straight, maybe even beforehand. He may get a point by here in the right-hander. He'll get a point by on Newman Straight, up No Name Straight. Sire is up to third in the Drivers Club category. Again, Daly leads Regal by a significant margin. Reese goes by and has expanded his lead over Rose. It's now 4.2 second lead over Rose. Today, Rose won by more than 5 seconds, and right now he's about 5 seconds behind the leader, Reese. Yeah, Dickie Regal is actually quicker on lap time than Pat Daly, but he's got to make up 5 seconds if he wants to do anything about that position. Who was so much a part of yesterday's battle up front, not near his lap times from yesterday. He may have a car issue of some sort, even if it's minor. In racing, that's as close as Miata racing. That can make a big difference. Reese is walking this race. Rose gets a point by on Sam Posey straight into Big Bend. He didn't lose any time from the other car, but he's just not able to reel in Reese. Again, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's got some sort of issue. He's not even in the 1 minute flats where he was consistently yesterday. He's about a second and a quarter off his times from yesterday. You see crosses start finish. He's got a car in front of him through Big Bend. He'll probably handle him before the right-hander. Maybe not. Yesterday's race winner in the Drivers Club class, Dickie Regal, he's putting in good laps and he's moving, but he's not going to get up to Pat Daly, given the amount of time left in the race. And almost 6 seconds behind is Rose, yesterday's winner, and Tella in third, still unable to get into the 1 minute flats. Yeah, Reese is showing us, I mean, he was in a battle the entire race yesterday, and obviously that slows both cars down as they race each other. It's great for us, but now that he's out front alone, he's putting in solid, quick lap times. His quickest lap, it's not on the board. Actually, 59.706 looks like his best lap. Control usually tells us 5 minutes to go before the white flag. And we'll let you know when that happens. Reese will be reaching back markers before the end of the race. May not materially affect his result. Reese's got 5 cars in front of him to get around. The gap back to Rose is 6.4 seconds. We'll see if that comes down as Reese tries to make his way through the gaggle in front of him, who are all dicing for their own positions. But he's got one as they leave the right-hander. He may get at least another one before the uphill. Change in the Lime Rock Drivers Club order. It's Pat Daly, 4th overall, first in class. Dickie Regal, yesterday's race winner, in 2nd. And Kirk Sire in 3rd in that race. Daly's actually opening up that gap to Dickie Regal. That's now close to 8 seconds, I'm told by our master statistician, Craig Robertson. The leader's going through the right-hander. Going inside of 3 minutes to go. We didn't get a 5-minute warning. At least we didn't hear it. But we will know when the white flag comes out. Again, 20-minute races. You have to see what the leader is to properly throw the last flag. So far, Reese is the only driver in the sub 1 minute zone. He's going to cross start finish right here, and we'll see what the gap is to Rose, yesterday's winner. 3.6 seconds. We're told Reese is going to see the white flag next time by. Leader is out of the downhill. He's got a car in front. Anyway, Reese does get the white flag. Last lap for leader. Rose hasn't made any mark on that gap. Daly, your leader in the Drivers' Club class, is not getting bothered by Regal at all. So that's probably going to finish that way. Daly 1, Regal 2, Kurt Sire 3rd. We're on the last lap for Massimo Risi, who's in the uphill right now. He's got a healthy lead over Rose, who has a healthy lead over Nutella. Under the bridge. And there's your checker for Massimo Risi. Well done, well played. Rose comes in second. Nutella's going to cross the line third. And we're waiting for Pat Daly in the 53 to cross the line as winner of the Drivers' Club class. Okay, everyone's seen the checker. And of course, all results are unofficial until they're printed. Rose and Nutella is your podium for the overall, and Daly, Regal, and Sire is your podium for the Lime Rock Drivers Club category. Group 3 race follows shortly. We'll get you the starting grid in a minute or two. Here's the grid. I know protocol is to read back to front. I like going front to back. And on pole for this race, yesterday's race winner, Rick Hosley in the 5:53. He's from Chester, Connecticut, alongside Peter Tonelli II in the 91 car from Westboro, Mass. Starting in row 2, inside row 2 is Michael Statch in the 1 car. He's from Reading, Connecticut, and from Shelton is Chris Haywood in the 773. Starting 5th, David Gran from Newington. He's in the number 13. And then Tim Serrato from Londonderry, New Hampshire in the 42 car. He's starting 6th. Starting 7th, Van Svensson from Hyde Park, New York. He's in the 314. Then Lucian Arbor in the 12 car. He's from Sharon, nearby, Sharon, Connecticut. Starting 9th, Mark Murphy from Newington. He's in the 75 car. Then Kimberly Estep, number 17. She's out of Hoxton, Georgia, but I believe she keeps a place near Lime Rock. Anthony Falco is starting 11th. He's in the 144, and he's from Brookfield, Connecticut. Mike Siana from Southbury, Connecticut, is in the 107. He's starting 12. Starting 13th is Leonard Rinaldi. We did get his name straight. He's not Rinaldi Leonard. He is Leonard Rinaldi. He's in the 663. He's out of Coventry, Rhode Island. Starting 14th is Tom DiCandido from New Milford, and he's in the 81 car. Richard Peacutt in the 03 from Garwood, New Jersey. And rounding out the field, Ed Zemek in the 38 from Schenectady. And starting 17th is Peter A.J. Tonelli from Westboro, Mass. in the 95. And I'm sorry, we did get word earlier. Peter A.J. Tonelli, that 95 car, that won't be starting the race. Had an issue, a mechanical issue, and precluding him from starting this race. Cars are coming through pit lane, Group 3. They're already behind the pace car, 2 pace laps. Group 3 race was a wicked battle between Hosley and Tonelli to start, but once Hosley got by, Tonelli really couldn't make any ground back up. Different day, different lap times, different mindset, different racecraft. The second and final pace lap. Everyone's getting their Hoosiers warmed up. Getting their discs warmed up. Remember, there isn't really any threshold braking. The biggest braking on the classic layout of Lime Rock Park is into Big Bend. That's like a 7 or 8 pedal. Unless, of course, you've gone in too hot, then you set your tires on fire and we get to see the smoke. told the lights are out. We should have no issue with this start. Pace cars near the exit of the downhill. The group, the gaggle looks fine behind him. Pace car in. First two rows neat and tidy. In fact, all the rows are neat and tidy. And we have a green. Green, green, green. Great start from the number 1 car. He's going to lead. Michael Stack is going to lead into 1. Then Hostley, then Peter Tonelli in the 91. That was well done by. Whoa! Tonelli spins in the left-hander. Left his trail braking a little bit too late. He's off. He's going to get restarted. But he's going to be DFL. Drivers got to be at your cars at 11:30. A different time may have been said over a different PA system, but parade lap car drivers be at your cars at 11:30. Hostley is the one winged car in this race. He is underneath the wingless Michael Stack in the 1 car. They're heading up Paul Newman Straight, about a 3-car length gap, first to second. Third place is DiCandito in the 81. These cars are what are called open exhibition Miatas. They are NA and NB, first 2 generation Miatas. Down the front straight. Here we go. Hostley on the outside, Stack on the inside. Goes late on the brakes. They both do. They're both through. The gap doesn't change, about a car length and a half. If you're faster than the car in front of you through, in particular, the downhill, you've got to time your move correctly. You can't go to throttle and be too close and then have to get out of it. So Hostley does get through the downhill better. He's now on the inside. Stat moves over, gives racing room. They both take the inside entry into Big Bend. That was well defended. Nothing untoward. Didn't move under braking. Stack we're talking about. Wrong. There is another winged car in the race, the 663 of Leonard Rinaldi, the man who used to have 2 first names. Again, Stack moves drivers right down Sam Posey straight. Hostley right behind him. He's going to set up on the outside to try to get a better line into the second part of Big Bend. He's closed the gap a little bit, but not enough to make any sort of move into the left-hander. This, of course, sets you up for who can get to the throttle sooner. Up Newman straight. Hostley visibly quicker through the downhill. Stack again moves to the right. Nose to tail. Hostley moves to the outside. This is, and Hostley locks it up into Big Bend. He was on the outside. He's potentially going to lose that position. He's now about 10 car lengths behind Michael Stack. Dito is now all over Hostley. Let's see if Rick can make up for his mistake. DeCandido is right there. Is going to jump on any mistake that Hostley makes. Let's see what happens. Hostley is back on fire again. In fact, great job coming out of downhill. He's on the outside. He's actually leading by half a car length as they head into Big Bend. They're both in the brakes at the same time. And Hostley takes the lead. And now Stack is under the wing of Hostley. DeCandido right there in third. He's part of this mix. They're coming up on lap traffic. They're coming up on that 663. This is not a good place, because not all three are going to be able to get by up Newman straight. In fact, I predict that only Hostley's going to get by the uphill. Let's see if that bears fruit. Our corral parade lap drivers, 11:30. You got to be at your car. Hostley really did a number on that lap. They all got past the lap cars, but he's now got a 10 car length lead. DeCandido is all over the back of Michael Stack. If those two keep battling, that'll let Hostley get away. They need to hook up if they can. There's time enough for them to hook up and hunt down Hostley. Let's see if they do that. Hostley is showing those two his heels. That's a 30 car length lead down Sam Posey straight, so it's Stack and DeCandido that battle for second place. Battle is a good one. They head into the left-hander. I think Hostley's going to check out on this with these two battling this hard. The only question, as ever, is toward the end of the race, are we going to see lap traffic play into Hostley's lead? Yeah, Hosley's checking out, but that battle for second is hot and heavy. Stack, like he did to Hosley, heading down the right side, the inside of the track, stays in line as they've been told. DeCandido on his shoulder really closes the gap through the second part of Big Bend. A little bit later to the throttle than Stack. As they head up Paul Newman straight, literally nose to tail. They're at the halfway point. Hosley, who won yesterday, was behind early in this race, but he's now stretching out the lead. Here comes our battle for P2. Stack again to the inside. DeCandido right on his bumper. There's a little bit of gap on the inside. No, he did not take it, and wisely so. 4 inches between the back bumper and the front bumper of that battle for second place. DeCandido trying the outside. Oh my gosh, he got to the inside of Stack in the right-hander. Both compromised lines. So who wins the acceleration battle up to the uphill? Hosley has 3 cars, lap cars in front of him. We still have this battle going on. Stack again taking that inside defensive line. DeCandido right on his shoulder. They both cleanly break into the corner. We have DeCandido on the outside of Stack. They're leaving each other room. Oh, and DeCandido drops his left rear at the exit of Big Bend. And he just gets to the inside in the right-hander. That's not a place you normally pass unless you're going around a back marker, but it did not work. There was no contact. Okay, Hosley is getting around the lap car of, well, that's the 107. There is no question about who's going to win if there are no mistakes. It's DeCandido and Stack who are going at it. They're going to come up on one lap car up Newman. Actually, that car is going to point, no. Yep, that lap car is pointing second and third by. So they're clean heading up Newman straight. Okay, Hosley's got 3 cars who are battling for position in front of him. That could slow him down, but I don't think enough to even make a difference. Here comes Stack and DeCandido. Stack got stuck on the outside. DeCandido has the inside line. It's all about the braking into Big Bend. And DeCandido makes it work. Yeah, Stack just got himself out of position leaving the downhill, and he couldn't go down Sam Posey straight, driver's right, like he had, which is a good defending move into Big Bend. Now there's a 4-car length gap. DeCandido to Stack. 5 minutes till the 1 to go white flag. Hostley handily out front. And DeCandido has now gapped Stack significantly. He'll get around this back marker into Big Bend, no problem. Stack will probably get pointed by in the left-hander. No, he doesn't. So he'll have to dispatch that car up Paul Newman straight. Continues, no issues for Hostley. He crosses start finish. 4 lapped cars behind him. Then DeCandido with a significant lead over Stack in the 1 car. Unless we have a mistake or a lap traffic incident, we're looking at a Hostley DeCandido Statch podium. Parade lap drivers, remember 11:30, be at your car. Hostley gets past another lap car on the front straight. DeCandido gets 3 cars down Samposi straight before he brakes for Big Bend. So that will be the last, well, actually not. There's 1 more car in front of DeCandido, and that would only matter if Stack can get past the gaggle of 3 relatively soon. In fact, that's not going to happen. Hostley leaves the downhill, everything under control. DeCandido now crosses start finish. Stack has 1 car in front of him to dispatch. Don't have to worry DeCandido at all. I just don't think there's time. In fact, there isn't time for that to happen. Hostley crossing the line with more than a front straightaway lead over DeCandido. In fact, I'm told he just turned his fastest race lap at 59.041. Yeah, DeCandido, even though he's putting up 59s, which is wicked fast, he still lost a little bit of ground to Hostley on that last lap. wondering if Stack has an issue. Tonelli is now up to third, though he's 30 seconds behind the leader. He has reached the podium. According to the timing board, Stack is dropping like a rock. He may have an issue with tires or brakes. Hostley comes by, he will be getting the white flag. I think Stack has parked his car somewhere out on the backside. And we're on the last lap. Hostley's not being worried by anyone. DeCandido second, Tonelli third. Svensson up to fourth place in the 314. Leader is in the uphill. Hostley's in the uphill. Yeah, definitely something's wrong with Stack. He's either stopped or circulating slowly. We haven't seen him in a while. Leader's at the bridge. Leader's at the downhill. Leader's coming to get that black and white flag that every driver likes to see. Flashes the light, his victory salute. DeCandido is going to take second place. Good job by him. And third is going to be Tonelli in that white Roadster 90 or yellow Roadster 91. He takes the last podium spot. Svensson fourth, Gran fifth, Murphy sixth. Is going to get the supercomputer out and average the finishing positions from races 1 and 2 to determine the grid for their third race of the day, the first of which is at 1 o'clock for Group 1. That autograph session for Ethan Gouillard, that's going on at the SCDA tent in B Paddock. The Bill Emerson, the Miata book author, that begins at 2 o'clock in the Lime Rock tent in B Paddock. The cars that will be on track for the next 20 minutes or so will be the HPDE cars. Then we have a quasi-official lunch break while the car corral parade laps occur. Two for two. Now, timing and scoring will give us the official average finishing position point standings, which determines the grid for their final races. we're doing our own hand-computed version. Craig Robertson is doing that. We'll give you our version of what we think the grid will be. Visited by Rob Stagger, who's with SCDA, one of their instructors, longtime major domo with SCDA. And for those of you who weren't here yesterday, because he did speak briefly about what SCDA is about and why you want to get involved with them, Rob, tell us why.
First of all, good morning, everybody. I'm glad you're enjoying a wonderful day here at Lime Rock Park. What a great venue we have set up. So SCDA and Lime Rock has teamed up to bring us the third Miatacon. We'll talk for a brief minute about SCDA. For all of you watching the great racing here today, just remember, it all started off as novice. Just like you up on the banks today watching the activity, you can sign up with Sports Car Driving Association. We can teach you car control. We have autocrosses throughout the year. We have different tracks we visit throughout the year. You can sign up and you can drive on track in your car with an instructor, and you're able to do all of this through scda1.com. Our schedule is there. This is our 30th anniversary. Some of us have been doing this for about 30 years. Hard to imagine. It's a wonderful activity. It's a lot of fun, and we put on a wonderful show, as you can see from today.
I wanted to give Rob a break. Climbing these stairs is not an easy thing if you're in shape or not. But yes, if there are different ways. We're not going to hide the fact there are multiple ways to get yourself on a racetrack. But SCDA is a local company. They're out of the shoreline, and this, I can tell you by experience, is one of the best ways to safely dip your toe in the let me get on a racetrack waters. It's all controlled. They have wonderful instructors, and even Lime Rock, as fast of a track as it is, and it is, you feel safe and secure as you make yourself quicker and faster under the auspices of the SCDA. In fact, some of their drivers are out there now, the novices out there doing essentially a track day. Tell us about what's going on, Rob.
Right now, the cars that are heading on track are our HPDE group. They're perfecting their craft and they're learning. This is point by passing. This is an opportunity to start to really work on your craft. It gives us an opportunity to be on track together in a safe environment. Some of the cars you'll see have instructors riding right seat to give professional instruction, and we keep it safe and we keep it moving along on time. You know, you can visit our booth. We have a booth down in Miatacon today, and you can scan in and possibly win a free track day. So please swing by the booths. We have lots of SCDA swag down there. And the website is www.scda1.com. Everything you need to know about when and where and what to do is right there for you.
Yeah, don't forget the one. It's scda1.com. Some people just go to scda.com, and that is not the website. Go to scda1.com, or if you're here, go down to the display down in Miatacon and scan the QR code, take you right to the website, and you can talk to the instructors and other drivers who belong to the club and get an autograph from Ethan. That's still going on. Ethan, one of the future stars, we think, of road racing in America, and he'll be his mom told me earlier today he will be in MX-5 Cup again next year, as well as Toyota GR. He was Rookie of the Year So, and won a race, at least one race in each of those series. So, and that's not easy to do in an equal car championship. So well done to him. Rob, thanks again for telling us about SCDA. And we hope everyone here who has not been on a racetrack in their car takes advantage of that opportunity. It's affordable. A track day, I believe, is now $495. That is really cheap in the on-track world. So go talk to them down in B Paddock.
Thank you very much for the time. Enjoy the rest of the day.
We don't need a crazed supercomputer. We've got Craig Robertson, who has done some pencil and paper math work to figure out the grids for each of the third race for each race group today. This is before the final race, which is the enduro race, the Tom Matano Memorial Enduro Race, which ends the at-track or on-track activity. That race, the enduro, starts at 3:15. Remember, that's a 75-minute race with a mandatory 5-minute stop to either make a driver change or not. But it's a mandatory stop and no refueling, and that could be significant because they did the math on fuel mileage and race and time length, and cars could be close to their fuel limit as the race ends. So there may be fuel saving aspects involved. And some cars that get better mileage may be able to go flat out the whole way. And you may not see them up front in the beginning, but they may be there at the end. That's what makes enduros exciting, especially in the Miatas. Craig Robertson has left the booth. He's headed to the A Paddock Cafe. He's going to grab us something to nosh on as we prepare for the end of this track day session for Group 4. Then we have the parade laps for the multitude of Miatas here that are in the car corral. I did not end up with an official count yet. It appears to be over 100 cars. I do know this, that it was almost the head of the snake eating the tail of the snake yesterday as they did their parade laps on the 1.5 miles. And they were all fairly close together, so it's a lot of cars. And it's fun to do. You can bring your boyfriend or your wife or girlfriend, whatever, and basically drive Lime Rock, not at speed, of course. We couldn't do that, but parade laps are still fun, and they make for great photographs and great memories. Grand Marshal Bill Emerson. His autograph session is at the Lime Rock Park tent in B Paddock at 2 o'clock. He wrote the book, Bill's Making Many Miata Miles. Lots of M's in that. He and his wife circumnavigated the U.S. Traveling in their Miata. And they weren't pulling a trailer, so they were staying at Airbnbs and camping out and taking photographs, making their own memories, and it's a really interesting book. He'll be down there signing those books for those who want to partake. That's at 2 o'clock at the Lime Rock Park tent in B Paddock. Bill's a great guy. He's 91. I don't want to sound ageist, but that was an unexpected age to hear of someone who drove the country over a period of, I believe, more than a year. I'm sure his wife Nancy took some of the seat time, but still, it's a neat adventure, and doing it in a Miata where you don't have the most luggage room, but they made it work, and you can read that story in his book. Ethan Gouillard, the star road racing driver, son of Elevon Gouillard, the president of SCDA. He's still signing autographs in B Paddock at the SCDA tent. And if you ever met and not know when, if you met someone who became famous and you regret not getting their autograph or meeting them and shaking their hand, here's a chance to do that. If Ethan Gouillard is not a star in 3 or 4 years, many will be surprised. He is a race winner in both MX-5 Cup, which is the national Miata race series, as well as the relatively new Toyota GR Cup, a similar series. And he's run races in both, and Rookie of the Year in Toyota GR. Speaking of B Paddock, that's where the pumps are for VP Racing Fuels, the world leader in race fuel technology. VP, the official racing fuel of Lime Rock Park. That fueling station is, of course, in B, pumping all the regular track gases that we know of: 100 unleaded, 110 leaded, and 112 leaded. Besides the SCDA tent in B Paddock and the Lime Rock Park tent, we have vendors down there too, good vendors down there. Moss Miata is there, People Cars, that's cars with a K. Nutmeg Miata street drives were beginning and ending there. The Airstream hangout area is down in B, as is Artis Race Labs, that's ARTIS Race Labs. 949 Racing knows a lot about Miatas. They're down there. Renewal by Anderson, the window people, are down in B, as is Liquimali. Planet Miata, and you see the name on the sides of some of the Miatas racing this weekend. Whaling City Mazda, Mazda of Milford. Crashed Out Cars is down there. I'd love to see what that is. Spec 13 Motorsports, Food Bank for Pets, that's close to my heart. I do a lot of work with rescue dogs. And Creative Audio Systems, they're all down in B. Give them a visit. Food vendors, Gunther's Sausage, they're very popular here. I Know a Guy is here. Burning Peel Pizza is here. Ben and Jerry's Ice Cream, as well as Batchy Brew. Country Carpenter's Beer Pavilion, which is not just beer, that is open. That is that wonderful structure built by Country Carpenters that's on top of the left-hander hillside. It's a great place to sit and nosh, have a sip or two. You get to see the exit of Big Ben, the left-hander, and the entrance into the right-hander. It's a great place to be. That's why we built it there. Liqui is the sponsor of the Summer Autocross Series, which we've been doing on the Autocross, the FCP Euro Proving Ground, as it's officially called. Been doing that for a while. It's one of the most fun things you can do. You got a smooth, fast, very long autocross in multiple configurations. That summer series is over, of course, but that will start up again, I believe, in April of 2026. And sometimes if you're coming here as a fan of the bigger events, you can hardly see the autocross because it's filled with campers. But take a look. Now it's pretty open. There were some events there earlier in the week. Go take a look at that autocross. And if you want to take a first step to driving a car at the limit, to driving your car at the limit, there's no better place than the FCP Euro Proving Ground Autocross course. Just in case it's not obvious, you don't need to have a high-performance or sports car to take advantage of the autocross. The main prep you need to do is empty your trunk and put about 45 or 50 pounds in your front tires so you can take everything from your four-door sedan to a minivan and hustle it on the course and learn how to rotate a car with throttle and brake. Learn how to use your eyes. Learn how to use your feet to steer the car. It's great fun, and for many, it's the prelude to getting on the full racetrack with like the Lime Rock Drivers Club or the SCDA or the SCCA. There's a number of ways to do that, and a really good start, I can tell you firsthand, is to get on the autocross course and figure that out. You'll get coached, by the way, during the autocross days at Lime Rock Park, so you're not out there just banging away on your own. They're telling you how to make the line, read the line, adjust the line to make yourself quicker and quicker every time you go out. Checkers out on the HBDE session. The next thing we're going to see on track are going to be the parade laps from the Mazda car corral here. Extremely popular. Well over 100 cars, if I'm going to make a guess. In fact, I may try to count the cars as they go by.
Cars heading out on track.
First call, 1 3/4, west end, be ready after when on their second lap to grab them. Base car copy. Jamie, MCs are coming to you, hold them at you. Copy. Alright, west end's ready to go. What are we doing today? How many groups are we doing today? 4 groups.
NASCAR exiting pit.
Fantastic.
Don't miss the Neft Vodka movie night featuring F1, the movie. That's tonight, 7:30, up at the Country Carpenters Beer Pavilion. That will be a cool thing to do. That would be a good time to ask have you had your Humble Brothers hot dog today? They're made here in New Haven. Enjoy Humble Brothers hot dogs, the official hot dog of Lime Rock Park.
car accident.
Your last car just went through both fences. Pace car entering, you win 6 straight.
Wow. Really? What the hell was that? Oh,
Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company, is the official environmental service company of Lime Rock Park. Safety Clean provides automotive fluid recycling services for the competitors racing here at Lime Rock, especially at Miatacon 3. Safety Clean, the largest refiner of used oil, antifreeze, and cleaning solutions in the world. Safety Clean encourages all of us at home to do our part to properly dispose of our used automotive fluids. From Seymour, Connecticut, is ACI Dynamics, premier one-stop shop for automotive performance vinyl wraps and ceramic paint protection films. Visit ACIDynamics.com to learn more. ACI Dynamics. Escape the ordinary and discover timeless charm in the heart of Salisbury. The White Hart Inn welcomes you with a warm, inviting atmosphere. Indulge in exquisite dining featuring fresh, locally sourced ingredients, and unwind with handcrafted cocktails in their historic tap room. Whether you're planning a romantic getaway, a weekend escape, or simply a memorable meal, the White Hart offers an unforgettable experience. Visit whitehartin.com. That's heart, H-A-R-T, as in deer, whitehartin.com, or call 860-435-0030 to reserve your slice of New England elegance. The White Hart Inn, where history meets hospitality. Lime Rock Park isn't just for the pros. Visit limerock.com/drive to learn more about how you can get yourself on track in your own car or in one of our rentals. That's limerock.com/drive. Cool down and turn up the flavor with Neft Vodka. Stop by. Their activation, I'm sorry, they're not in the Midway. I keep reading that copy. Sorry, folks. That copy was written for the bigger events, SCCA, Trans Am, etc. They do not have a sample area here today, but we do serve it, and that's at the Country Carpenters Pavilion. Okay, the Cray supercomputer has done its work, and we do now have the starting orders for each group's last race of the day. Group 1, which is up at, let's see, that is supposed to be, that's a 1 o'clock start. There will be another HPDE session beforehand. But Matt Carr, no surprise, Matt Carr and Christian Sarnecki are on the front row for that group. Group 2, it's Massimo Risi and Tom Connor, surprisingly, will be on the first row. This is the group that includes the Lime Rock Drivers Club, so that's Dickie Regal and Pat Daly on the front row for that race, that class race inside Group 2. And then Group 3, it's Rick Hossley, no surprise, and then Peter Tonelli, the second, that will make up the front row. You'll have the full grid. We'll provide that before the start of each race. FCP Euro is more than just Linemark Park's official auto parts supplier. Their in-house experts have taken the parts they offer and transformed 2 cars, a 300,000-mile Volvo wagon and a Mercedes 190E, into touring car-inspired track day machines. To learn more, head over to FCP Euro on YouTube to watch the build process. Keep your roadster on the road with Moss Miata. From performance upgrades to stock replacements, from upholstery to gaskets, Moss Miata has everything you need to keep on cruising. Find them at mossmiata.com. the pithy, punish, fun named The Barbershop is your place to go for official Miatacon merchandise. Head over to the A paddock, go up the steps, driver's right, you'll find the door to the store. Grab an event t-shirt and a poster, plus all the other Lime Rock Park gear and merchandise. Beeworks is a local family-owned business driven to assist the pollinating insects in our world. That's how we get food, folks. You gotta pollinate. They believe that bees are more than honey, way more. They know that. They don't have to believe that. That is a fact. And they need to help them with their current issues, climate and pesticide issues, plus how owners of productivity land treats the different plants and trees that they're growing. Beeworks is here to help the pollinators, and their pollinating insects face many challenges and need their help. So if you're interested in honeybees, improving habitat, or both, contact Beeworks today at beeworksllc.com. Raise a glass with Foolproof Brewing Company, the official craft beer of Lime Rock Park, straight out of Bridgeport, Connecticut. Foolproof's new brewery, tap room, and kitchen brings bold brews, craft cocktails, and a fresh menu to a reimagined historic space. Fuel your weekend with flavor. Foolproof Brewing, now on tap at Lime Rock Park. NBT Bank, from everyday moments to extraordinary milestones. It starts here. NBT Bank, voted one of Forbes magazine's world best banks. Make your purchases and payments a rewarding experience with an NBT Bank debit card rewards. Both the Country Carpenters Pavilion and A Pata Cafe, they're open if you want and need and desire food and drink, good food and drink. In fact, I can tell you, I just had Mark Mazzio, he's our chief chef, just had their chicken sandwich, and it is awesome. A Pata Cafe, as well as the Country Carpenters Beer Pavilion. on track now are the what we called Group 4 this weekend. This is non-racing. This is essentially a track day, like an SCDA track day. No racing, point by passing on Sam Posey Straight. It's a way to get laps in, and you can run at 11/10 if you want. Just don't crash into anybody else. Miatacon 3's vendor list. B-Paddock vendor list includes Moss Miata, People Cars, Nutmeg Miata Street Drives. We're beginning and ending there. Airstream Trailers, the hangout area. Artis, ARTIS Race Labs. Also down in B Paddock is 949 Racing, Renewal by Anderson, Liqui Planet Miata, Whaling City Mazda, that is New London, Mazda of Milford, Crashed Out Cars, Spec 13 Motorsports, Food Bank for Pets, and Creative Audio Systems. The food vendors here this weekend: Gunther Sausage, I Know a Guy, Burning Peel Pizza, Ben & Jerry's Ice Cream, and Batchy Brew. We're inside of 10 minutes for the final race for each race group Group 1. We should be green flagging around 1 o'clock, and we do have the starting lineup after the computation of where each driver finished in the first 2 races, one yesterday, 2 yesterday and 1 today. So in race group 1, on pole, Matt Carr in the number 90. Alongside will be Christian Sarnecki in the 44. Sean Noonan in the 0 car is starting 3rd. Justin Ferraro in the 8 car is starting 4th. Steve Katz in the 3 and Earl Tucker in the 194. That's row 3. Dave Nagler in the 67, Zachariah Rosenberg in the 171. Next row is Stuart Hawkins in the 26 and Earl Tucker the 3rd in the 188. Ken Williams in the 7 car alongside David Nissenbaum in the 192. Jerry Cohen in the 70 car and Don Duman in the 52. Next to last row, Nicholas Boré in the 80 car, Ben Foltz in the 88, and then Ron Cohen in the 888, and Mark Sharin in the 89. Our Grand Marshal for Miatacon 3, Bill Simmons and his wife Nancy, they're headed up to the starter stand. They'll probably be flagging off this first race. Remember, he's got a autograph session with his new book at 2 o'clock in the B paddock.
I thought I saw a racing car.
Right. That's Bill's new book, Making Many Miata Miles. He and his wife took a lap around America in their Miata and documented their adventure. And the book, Bill's Making Many Miata Miles, he'll have copies down there that you could buy. He'll autograph them for you. Bill is 91 and as spry as ever. I know people hate that word to describe someone, but he is of a certain age, but he certainly doesn't look it. He looks more like in his 60s. Anyway, he's up in the starter stand. The photographer is up there with them. Yep, in fact, he's practicing his green flag wave, as everyone does. All celebrity flaggers got to get that instruction. Again, the starting order, Matthew Carr in the 90, Christian Sarnecki in the 44. That's row 1. Row 2, Sean Noonan in the 0, Justin Ferraro in the 8. That's row 2. Row 3, Steve Katz in the 3, Earl Tucker in the 194. Row 4, Dave Nagler in the 67 car, and Zachariah Rosenberg in the 171. Row 5, Stuart Hawkins in the 26, Earl Tucker III in 188. Row 6, Ken Williams in the 7 car, David Nissenbaum in the 192. Row 7, Jerry Cohen in the 70, Don Duman in the 52. Row 8, Nicholas Bourret in the 80, Ben Foltz in the 88, and row 9 is Ron Cohen in the 888, and Mark Sharin in the 89. Cars are headed out onto the track for their first of 2 pace laps. Two pace laps. Bill Simmons, our Grand Marshal, is done getting his coaching on how to wave the green. Of course, he'll get the tap from the official start-finish flagger on when to throw it. We watched from the tower Bill's flag waving moves. It looks pretty good. pace car through the downhill to end the first of 2 pace laps. The dramatic Miata weaving as we put heat into the tires. You may want to trail the brake with your left foot to get heat onto your discs and pads. Again, it's Carr, the walkaway winner on pole, Sarnecki, who gave him a good race yesterday, but not so much today. But they're on the front row. Noonan and Ferraro make up row 2, and then Katz and Tucker in row 3. That is your first 3-row grid based on a combination of their results in their previous 2 races. Pace car in. Quickish start. Bill has not been tapped. Bill throws the green. Holzer, Carr on the inside. Hangs on to the lead. Sarnecki giving him all he can on the outside. That's not going to work, though. He just needs to stay in position up to the left-hander, and he will keep second place. They're running as started. Carr, Sarnecki, Noonan, and Ferraro are your top 4. Grand Marshal Bill Simmons, that's one of the best celebrity flag wavings I've seen, and I've seen some bad ones and I've seen some good ones. Well done, Bill. Here they come out of the downhill. Top 4, nose to tail. Carr, Sarnecki. Noonan is going inside of Sarnecki, and he makes it work. Can he hang on? No, he gets too high in Big Bend. He's still on the outside of Sarnecki, but now he's got the inside position for the left-hander. That's Sarnecki stuck on the outside, and Sarnecki slides wide. He can't hang on to second. He's now in trouble for 3rd place. In fact, he's going to get past heading up Paul Newman straight. Sarnecki will be in 4th, likely, by the time we see them exit the downhill. Opening hot lap, not counting the first lap, is a minute 2. That's a pretty good time for the start of a race. Okay, you've got Carr way out front. You've got Noonan in second, and then Sarnecki and Justin Ferraro. They're already running 1-minute flat laps. That shows you by the end of a weekend with a lot of seat time, you can get quick right out of the box. Second have gapped 3rd and 4th, which is still a nose-to-tail race between Sarnecki and Ferraro. Carr putting on another car clinic, out in front by about 20 lengths. Noonan second, Sarnecki and Ferraro still going at it, hammer and tongs. Ferraro looking inside. They give each other room. They make it through the first part of Big Bend. Okay, Carr's the only one in the minute flat territory. Everyone else is running 101s. Again, those are good lap times for the beginning of the race. Still out front, still got a 20 to 25 car length lead. The real battle is for third. Sarnecki and Ferraro. Both staying to the left. Ferraro sticks his nose inside and, oh, he tries. He was alongside, but you just can't carry that line through the corner. So Sarnecki stays in front by half a car length. Noonan is now also running 1 minute flat times as he remains in second, 25 car lengths or so. Time-wise, that gap is about 2 seconds between Carr and Noonan. Carr maintains the lead easily down Sam Posey Straight. We'll see if side by side for third place. They are next to each other directly across start finish. And that looks like Ferraro, oh my gosh, totally exactly side by side through all of Big Bend. That puts Sarnecki in the catbird position for the left-hander, still side by side. Great stuff, still side by side through the right-hander. They're giving each other room, it's fair. I can't call it. They were literally exactly equal heading up Paul Newman Straight. So who's gonna give it up going into the uphill? Carr is already into the low 1 minutes, low 1 minute flat time. Noonan still in second. Sarnecki ended up taking the lead on the backside. Ferraro is in fourth. Again, that is the hammer and tongs battle. Fifth place. We have some lock up and someone's off into the dirt, but they don't spin, they keep it together. That's excellent, but that's going to lose another position to one of the flat out Miatas. Okay. Yeah, Carr's doing it again, putting on a clinic. That's got to be a near 3 second gap to second place. But that battle for third is far from over. This is going to last the whole race. Nose to tail, down Sam Posey Straight, Sarnecki in third, Ferraro in fourth. They both go to the brakes at about the 200-foot marker. Oh, they're having so much fun. This is, a little love tap, not on purpose. Ferraro into Sarnecki. And you just can't get any closer as they head up Paul Newman Straight. is just walking. Here's our battle, Sarnecki and Ferraro. The 44 car, yellow and black, the silver car of Ferraro going on the inside. They're both late on the brakes. They give each other room. Ferraro takes the position. Sarnecki was just in the wrong place. He wasn't able to move over coming out of the downhill. But that almost certainly won't be the last change of position for that spot. They're going to be going back and forth. We've seen it before. Is 6 seconds behind Carr, who is crossing start finish now. And Ferraro has a car length on Sarnecki. They're headed down the middle of the road. They now both move left. There's not going to be a move here. They're just sort of consolidating, try to get a rhythm. Sarnecki trying to figure out if there's a place where Ferraro is weak. I think this is another case of they work together. They're not going to end up bothering Noonan at all, and no one's going to be bothering Matt Carr from Torrington. By his lonesome in first. Yeah, the same can be said for Noonan in second. Ferraro's starting to gap Sarnecki, but this may just be a little bit of mid-race, cool the tires a little bit, stay calm, stay smooth, figure out when to make a move. Which again, it's getting through the West Bend properly and making the downhill work for you by getting to the throttle just a little bit sooner than the car in front of you. Lead is now almost the entire length of Sam Posey Straight. Ferraro has about 5 car lengths on Sarnecki. Tucker are duking it out for 5th, 6th. Little gap to 7th and 8th. Looks like Ferraro has put the spurs to his Miata and is slowly but surely lengthening that gap over Sarnecki. No worries for Carr as he crosses start finish. Noonan putting in good lap times, but not going to put any worry into Matthew Carr. That gap between 3rd and 4th is a little bit closer than it was the lap before. Officially, that's a half-second gap, but we'll see how they do the S's. About the same line and speed through there. Same thing happened before the uphill. Peter will be getting to lap traffic in about a lap and a half to 2 laps. About 14 minutes gone, about 20 minutes left. Ooh, and Sarnecki drops 3.5 wheels at the exit of the downhill, but he stayed in the throttle, didn't lose that much time. He's just got to be careful braking into Big Bend. Car in that all red number 90 is behind lap traffic. He's got 3 cars in front of him. Noonan still alone in second. Ferraro and Sarnecki, that gap has lengthened to about 7 car lengths between the two. Time and scoring tells us we have 10 minutes remaining in this race. Car is going by lap traffic. He's got one of the cars into Big Bend. He's got 2 in front of him. He'll reach them probably by West Bend. But again, when you have a lead this big, even if you stumble a bit getting through lap traffic, it's not going to really dig too much into his lead. Carr actually made pretty quick work of 2 of those lap cars. Now he's around the 3rd. You're fine. And the next triple gaggle of cars is in front of Carr. He'll reach them exiting the downhill. Top 5 is Carr, Noonan, Ferraro, Sarnecki, and Earl Tucker in 5th place under 194. Great battle for position right in front of Matt Carr. And we've got lockup from one of those. Carr looks like he may, you're not in the way, guys. He's gonna, he's looking underneath in the left-hander. Normally not a place to go unless you're getting pointed by, and he was not getting pointed by. He's now got 3 cars nose to tail in front of him, heading up Paul Newman straight. He's gonna get at least one of those cars. Four off, but he kept it straight. That's the black number 70. But he kept it straight, didn't lose a position, though he did lose some time. Leader is now getting past the third of those 3 cars that were in front of him. There goes Carr. Goes into Big Bend cleanly. Now he's got a fair amount of clean track in front of him. But his days of getting past lap traffic, that's not over. Matthew Carr should be charging for the clinic he's putting on today, both the race earlier and this race now. Ferraro in third, about 20 car lengths in front of Sarnecki. They're like 17 seconds behind Matt Carr. Yeah. Earl Tucker still holding down the fort in 5th place in the 194 car. Steve Katz in the 3 car is 6th. And Carr has some cars he needs to get around in front, but that's all in a day's work for him. He's probably got it figured out the best places to make those moves. Ferraro is not being troubled at all by Sarnecki, but there are 3 lapped cars in front of Ferraro. And he's going to reach them as they head onto Paul Newman Straight. For Sarnecki, for Ferraro is 2.5 seconds. All right, he's getting 1 at the start of Newman, 2 to go. I don't think he's going to get both before the uphill, but he may. Carr's gotten around one of those lap cars. He's got another one that he'll probably get before they even get to the left-hander. In fact, yes, he passes him in the second part of Big Ben. So those 2 are dispatched. Both Ferrari and Sarnecki got around cars down Sam Posey Straight. So that lap traffic helps Sarnecki a little bit. That gap is down to 1.4 seconds from 2 between Ferraro and Sarnecki. crosses start and finish. The next time we see Carr, he will get the white flag, 1 to go. His victory is relatively assured at this point. Unless he makes a terrible mistake, this is another Carr victory. Noonan will be second, and Ferraro should end up third. Okay, the leader through the downhill apex. White flag will be out for him. There it is, last lap for Matt Carr. Ferraro is going to be completely unchallenged by Sarnecki on this last lap. And it's a matter of this Tucker being harried by Steve Katz in the 3. Question is no, as the gap Tucker to Katz is well over 6 seconds. And here's your winner, checkered flag, Matt Carr, Torrington, putting on a clinic yet again. Well done, well raced. Noonan crosses the line in P2. Justin Ferraro in the 8 car goes by. Sarnecki in the 44 goes by for 4th place. Here comes Earl Tucker in the 194 Flat Out Motorsports car, grabbing 5th. Steve Katz in the 3 car crosses the line, 6th. Not the closest of races. Again, Matthew Carr showing his heels to the field. A stellar victory. Group 2, remember this is the split start race. We've got 4 exhibition Miatas as the lead group. And then we've got the Lime Rock Drivers Club split group headed by Pat Daly and Dickie Regal. Yeah. So, group 2, the starting order is going to be Massimo Risi in the 18 car on pole. Alongside will be Tom Connor. We haven't said his name a lot, but he had enough 2 good finishing positions in the first 2 quali races. He will start second. Aiden Rose will start third, and Josh Natella 4th.
He's got that one crossed up too. It's actually Connor Thomas.
The situation of a man with 2 first names, Thomas Connor or Connor Thomas. We will figure out which one it is. We'll just call him Tommy Connie until then. The Lime Rock Drivers Club group is Dickie Regal on that pole, Pat Daly alongside Kurt Sire and Del Array round out row 2. J.C. Ogle and Darren Berger are row 3, and then Tom Rush and Alan Levy are row 4. Again, split start by about half a straightaway. Pace car is at pit out, ready to gather the two groups. Class A, if you will, is Massimo Risi and Thomas Connor Thomas. And row 2 is Aiden Rose and Josh Nutella. Then the Lime Rock Drivers Club drivers, Dickie Regal and Pat Daly, their front row. Then Kurt Sire, Delaray, J.C. Ogle, Darren Berger, Thomas Rush, and Alan Levy. Here they come. Risi's car in, of course, Italian colors, the red and the green and the white. Thomas Connor Thomas is in the 129. That is a metallic blue car with white center stripes. By the way, we're going to go with Connor Thomas. That was the first time we had seen his name on an entry list a couple days ago. They had Connor as his first name and Thomas as his last. The Lime Rock Drivers Club class is now out on track. Again, this is a split start. The 4 cars that make up the first group, they're now on Samposi Straight. We are seeing the Drivers Club group trying to catch up to not be too far behind. Now they're about right. Now they're gapped about right. They self-police. They don't have a pace car. They will self-police. They're all highly trained by the Lime Rock Drivers Club, obviously. They know how to do that. Lights out on the backside of the circuit. Yeah, I know. Okay, flagger has the green in hand. Pace car is now in pit lane. Our first four subgroup, Class A, let's call them. I'm watching the field. I'm going to hear when the flag goes green, which is right now just about at the ambulance bridge. Reese gets and will lead into one, so we're going to turn back and take a look at the start of the Drivers Club. Green flag now. Dickie Regal, Pat Daly, side by side, boss versus not the boss. And Regal clears Pat Daly to take the lead through Big Bend as they head up to the left-hander. Pat Daly about 2 car lengths behind. Pat is an experienced racer. He knows what to do. No need to go crazy at the start here. Just stay within a couple car lengths.
Especially after the last one, there was a lot of drama in that first turn.
Reese is not in the lead. That's Rose in the 46 out front. Reese in second. Followed by Nutella and Thomas Connor Thomas. Dickie Regal's got about a 10-car length lead over Pat Daly, who's being hounded by Del Ore. And a little bit of lockup from Daly. Maybe I spoke too soon. They're still basically in a duck line up through the S's. And that's equal gaps all the way through 6 positions there. Here come our leaders, which is Rose, who's won a race already. Massimo right behind him. We watched how good on the brakes he was. Those guys are already running 1 minute flat lap times. Reese, a matter of microseconds, a little bit quicker on that last lap. He's now only a couple car lengths behind Rose as they head up Paul Newman Straight. Dickie Regal, who won a race yesterday, he's now leading the Drivers Club group right now with Pat Daly, who has a new gearbox. Okay, we have Rose and Reese heading down into Big Bend. Rose going down the middle of the road. That keeps Reese from going either outside or inside. In fact, that wasn't a move he was going to make anyway. It's only about a car length, and Rose gets loose, leaving Big Bend. That puts Reese right on his quarter panel. And they're headed up Newman Straight, literally a car length between them.
Rico has half a second on Daly. Let Reese have faster lap than Rosie.
Right, the first three cars in the Drivers Club group, you could throw a blanket over those three. All right, here come our overall leaders out of the downhill. Reese right on the bumper of Rose. They're both heading down the left side. I don't think Reese is going to try the inside. And as I say that, he goes down the inside and he makes it work. He stays. He gives Rose room on the outside of Big Bend. He didn't have to, but he did. That's how you race. And now Reese. It looks like we have an FCY. Yes, we have full course yellow. Pace car is ready to pick up the leaders. We don't know yet where the incident is. All right, Nutella is showing dropping on the score board, which usually indicates that car is stopped. Yeah, we're sending wreckers out. Pace car's ready to pick up Reese, your leader. As he comes down, pace car heads out. They'll form in behind. We are I'm not sure how much time is left. I have to get a different We've got about 20 minutes left in the race. Both classes are under full course yellow caution rules. We'll have details on what happened. We do see a car actually stopped. And Nutella is stopped outside of the left-hander. That actually happened right in front of our eyes, except we were facing the wrong way. Both recovery vehicles are there. At the moment, this looks like a mechanical issue and not an accident. Lap is on, car's getting pulled. They'll probably bring him in through the turn 3 safety gate. Takes one of the Class A racers out of the equation. We've got 3. So everyone's guaranteed podium in that division. In the Lime Rock Drivers Club division, we still have Dickie Regal up front, Pat Daly, and 86 is Kurt Sire in 3rd. They gave Rose the lead position back to Reese at some point. That pass by may have occurred technically after the FCI was thrown. So when we restart, that will be Rose in front of Reese with Tommy Connor, Connie Thomas in third. Car is in. They still have Rose out front. There may be a debate about when that full course yellow came versus when Rissy got the lead. But anyway, they're taking the green. Rose in front, Reese behind. Reese tries the outside. He got a better jump at the green. He's staying on the outside. They give each other room, no contact. Rose on the inside, Reese now right behind. Who gets out of the second part of Big Ben better? Yeah, there is not going to be a move into the left-hander.
Okay, LRDC is Daly, Sire, and Regal.
Daly, Sire, and Regal is what timing and scoring is showing as the top three when they crossed the line. I was actually watching the Group A battle into Big Bend. I did not see that. So let's see where they come by. The Drivers Club group. Rose is still ahead of Reese. Reese, again, getting a slightly better shot out of the downhill. I don't know if it's enough to make a move. Rose going driver's right, blocking to the inside. He keeps that position. Reese can't do anything with that. So we do have Daly. Yeah, Regal has dropped to fourth. I don't know where that happened, but the leader before the yellow is now in fourth place. Pat Daly, who got a gearbox change overnight, is now your leader in the Drivers Club group. Kurt Sire doing a great job, is now in second. Eagles got to try to make some work out of Del Ore, who's pretty quick. Let's see what happens. Okay, here come our leaders. We have Reese in front. I don't know where that happened. That would be unusual, a pass on the backside, but it absolutely happened. Reese heading down on the right. He's going to block to the inside. Rose can't do anything with that. It's really tough to make an outside pass work in Big Ben because you risk getting up to the marbles and then you just can't get back to the throttle. You just can't turn the car. You're compromised. All right, we may have Regal getting past Ore. We'll see the next time they cross the line. Gosh, I wish we had a camera back on the uphill area. That Dickie Regal as president and CEO, geez, we wish we had a camera in the uphill area. Anyway, here come the leaders. Reese has stretched out about a 5-car length lead over Rose. They're both on the regular line down San Posey Straight. Nothing's going to happen on this lap. Okay, Reese is now stretching the lead over Rose. Yeah, Connor, who's actually in the A group, is stuck in the middle of the Lime Rock Drivers Club group. He may have gotten a poor start or fell off the road and got back on. We don't know. But Daly is in the lead in the Drivers Club group, and Sire is second. Thomas, Connor, Thomas is third in that group, but he's actually third in the A group. Dickie Regal is third in the Lime Rock Drivers Club grouping.
This would happen
And
to Thomas the last race.
so this is a case where Thomas Connor is in the A group, but once he gets stuck in the middle of the Drivers Club group, they're all about the same speed. In fact, the Drivers Club drivers are quicker at this point.
Reese 1.86 over Rose.
So there's Daly, then Sire, then Regal. That's your top three in the Lime Rock Drivers Club class.
Daly is half a second on Sire.
Daly has half a second on Kurt Sire in that category. Ten minutes remaining in this race. Plenty of time for changes, but not necessarily at the front. Reese is gapping Rose. Just putting in consistent 1 minute flat times. Yes, he is. Yeah, even though Rose is also in the minute flat time, he's still losing a quarter of a second or so per lap. And Sire are in a bit of a battle. There's about 3 car lengths between those two. Regal now has gotten around Connor and is in third place in that category. Okay, Reese not being bothered at all by Rose. They both cross start finish. That's about a 2.5 second gap. Haley, Kurt Sire, Dickie Regal, that's your 1. Then a gap, 2, then a gap, 3 in the Lime Rock Drivers Club division of this 2-class race. Again, Reese out of downhill, no trouble from behind. And Rose isn't being worried for second place at all. Of course, Connor Thomas is actually falling back behind the Drivers Club group, but he'll still get a podium in the division. Here comes Pat Daly and Kurt Sire. About 8 car lengths separate those two. Dickie Regal is a further 25 car lengths back. seconds, I'm told by Craig Robertson, master statistician of Reese over Rose. That's surely an Italian law firm. Pat Daly and Kurt Sire, there's nothing happening there. Dickie Regal, nothing happening there. They're putting in good laps, but neither gaining nor closing nor separating. How many more synonyms can I come up with? All right, we just heard from TNS. We've got 5 minutes till we then see the white flag on this race. Reese blows past start finish, followed by Rose goes past start finish. And that audio cue is the gap between the two. Okay, Ian Seiler, you were right. My microphone is actually down to 0 bars on battery strength. I'm now gone to the wired mic. Thank you, Craig Robertson, for giving up your microphone. Reese's lead no, it hasn't shrunk. I'm sorry, that's a lapped car. That gap is upwards of 8 seconds now, if I'm not mistaken, of Reese over Rose. Daly has made short work of Sire and Regal. That separation between those 3 cars hasn't changed in 5 laps. We're probably inside of 3 minutes until we see a white flag. Here comes Reese again. He's at start finish. Someone's getting a blue flag for Rose to come by in the 46 and the black 46 car. Yeah, Thomas Rush was getting the blue flag waved at him. Again, remember, that's not a command in American racing. Let's just call it a very strong suggestion to move out of the way. Pat Daly is on his Saturday version of a Sunday drive in the Drivers Club category. Sire about 10 car lengths behind. Dickie Regal about 25 car lengths behind. That looks to finish that way. Gosh, we barely get done talking about the LRDC category, and here comes Reese again. That last lap was another 1 minute flat, very consistent. Yeah, that gap first to second for the Class A category is over 8 seconds, so unless there's a mechanical issue or a mistake, that race appears to be done. Here comes Pat Daly down Sam Posey straight, and Sire cannot get within an attempt to make even a brazen passing move into Big Bend. Del Ore is inside of a second of Dickie Regal, which means he can open up his DRS. Next time by, Reese will see the white flag, so he's got a lap and a half to go. Here comes Pat Daly, and 3 seconds later comes Sire. Here comes Dickie Real. He passes through. That will likely be for podium in the Drivers Club division. Waiting for Reese to come by to take the checker. And as I'm sorry, not the checker, to take the white. Last lap, leaders. Reese has taken the white. Okay, Rose takes the white.
Look at those times, and then if you
Wow.
gap.
Okay, the rest of the field, including leader Pat Daly and the Drivers Club, they've all taken the white. And Reese is kind to the car in front of him to let him get his one last lap in as Reese takes the checker. The lap car in front of him is actually on a racing lap. Hopefully he knows that. Doesn't matter much, but still, you want to get all the seat time you can. Rose just came across for P2. Thomas Connor Thomas will end up third in division, but 8th on the track. And there's Pat Daly taking the checker, Kurt Sire taking the checker, P2. Dickie Regal in 3rd place. And Del Ore in 4th. Again, those are division finishes. Mic check, mic check. Okay, batteries have been changed in the wireless mic as we prepare for Group 3. Quick rundown on the grid. Front row, Rick Hosley in the 553 and Peter Tonelli the second in the 91. Row 2, David Gran in the 13, Van Svensson in the 314. Third row, Tom Serrato in the 42, Mark Murphy in the 75. Lucian Arbor in the 12, and Chris Haywood in the 773. Fifth row, it's okay. they have the spelling wrong. It's not Statch. But Michael, how do I say his last name? Anyway, Michael Skatch in the 681 and Mike Skiana in the 107. It's not. Michael, we have to get the spelling right. Anthony Falco is in the 144 and Kimberly Estep's in the 17. Leo Rinaldi is in the 663 and Ed Zemek is in the 38. And the last row is Richard Peacutt in the 3 and Peter A.J. Tonelli in the 95. Is that still?
95 is not running.
95 that is actually a scratch. Michael Statch, or Stack, your name, last name is spelled S-T-A-C-H. If it's German, it would be pronounced Stock. Anyway, we got his spelling correct. There's no T before the C and the H. That group is out behind the pace car. Again, Hossley and Tonelli the second are your front row. That's the 553 for Hossley and the 91 for Peter Tonelli. Row 2 is David Gran in the 13 and Van Svensson in the 314. We do 2 pace laps, another 20-minute race. This will be the final regular race of the day. The Enduro, the Tom Matano Memorial Enduro race begins at 3:15. That's a 75-minute race with a 5-minute required pit stop for either driver change, or even if you're not making a driver change, you still got to stop. That ensures nobody is rushed belting their driver in if there's a driver change, which obviously is the safe thing to do. Again, this group are NA and NB cars. That's the 90 to 97 and 99 to 05 cars. It's called open exhibition, so there's a slightly different set of rules. That's why you see some of these Miatas with rear wings. There are 4 out there with rear wings, and some don't. I don't think it makes all that much of a difference. You may pay a drag penalty as payment for getting some extra rear grip. Lime Rock, I think, balances that equation out. Craig Robertson just pointed out, Rick Hossley has the 2 fastest laps of the weekend, and they're both 58s. No one else is in the 58s, has gotten under a 59 at Lime Rock this weekend. That's some mighty good stuff. You have to remember, back in the mid-60s, McLaren Can-Am cars were struggling to get under a minute. Of course, that's a reflection of tire technology and the fact that the track, even in the 60s, was bumpy-ish as compared to the much smoother surface we see now. But the track itself, identical, including the widths, the variable width of this track all around. It's pretty amazing. Here we come, the pace car in the pits. We're watching the flagger, and it looks like he's not going to do an early green. There's a slightly earlier green than the last race. And we have a dice down into one, but pole sitter stays on top. Hostley hounded by Tonelli as they head up to the left-hander. It's the blue and black versus the bright yellow versus the red and white. They head up Paul Newman straight. About a car length separates the leaders. Benson in third place in the 314. Hey, here comes Hostley. He's going to do the classic move to the right, basically stay in the middle of the road as they head down to Big Ben. And he stays there as he goes under braking. Tonelli can't do anything, even though he's got the better line. It's just not enough to make up for the distance. He's now right underneath the rear wing. He's taking a look, trying to get Hostley worried, trying to get up to his rear fender. Almost got there, but did not. Now just less than a car length between the leaders. Took over third place on that lap, so it's Hostley, Tonelli, DeCandido in the 81, then Svensson, Gran, and Murphy. That's your top six. All right, the top three are in a battle of their own. Hostley up front, Tonelli in second in the open car. All three of those cars are turning 1 minute flat lap time. That's pretty darn good. Yeah, this is equal gaps. They're gonna, my guess is they're gonna stay like this, at least second and third, and try to not battle each other to catch up to Hostley. Cars are turning 60-second laps. The next quickest behind are turning 103s and 104s. So we may be seeing lap traffic pretty soon. Here come the leaders. Hostley gently moving to the center of the road, even though Tonelli is way behind, is not going to make any sort of move. DeCandido, what's going on here? There's something wrong with Tonelli. Tonelli essentially let DeCandido go by. So he may be, we understand he has an ignition that's been cutting in and out. And my guess is that happened there, which means on the fly, he's got to recycle the ignition system. I bet you that's what happened down that front straight. He's now in third place, 4 car lengths behind DeCandido. They couldn't solve the issue. They didn't know what was causing it, but rather than give up the race entirely, they thought, you know, maybe we can just keep recycling the ignition system, and hopefully it doesn't turn out too badly. Right now, he's still in a podium position. Hostley's getting close into the 59s. Tonelli is, if Tonelli's car doesn't cut out, I think he can make a pass on DeCandido, but you know, you can't predict when that's going to happen. Imagine trying to, everything's fine, you go to make the move, and then your motor cuts out. Under a minute during race laps, we have a car going straight at Big Bend, and it looks like he wants to park it. They do have a local yellow. let's see what they do with this. That car, I don't have a car number yet, is still under a local yellow. Now we're going double yellow, full course yellow, so they can retrieve that car, get it out of the way. Obviously, it's an impact zone if a car goes straight in Big Bend, a not uncommon occurrence. Pace car ready to go out and catch the leader, Hostley. Don't have a car number yet. We just know it's white. Has now been picked up by the pace car. The service vehicles are out retrieving the white car that basically pulled himself off down in the runoff area of Big Bend. No way this gets sorted out inside of 2 pace laps. They're going as quick as they can, but the field hasn't even caught up to the pace car yet. It's car 107.
However you say that, you have better.
What's his first name?
Oh, Mike.
Mike Sciana in the 107. That's the car that pulled off down the front straight. I would say he could have pulled it further and to the left, and we wouldn't have had to go under FCY. But hey, that's just me thinking like a fan. Race control is talking on the radio that they're probably going to do one more, not probably, they are doing one more pace lap, at least one more pace lap. We're looking at the service vehicles down in Big Bend. I don't know if they're going to stay there or if they're waiting the field to go by, which would be my guess. Appears both of those service vehicles are going to, including Sienna's car, are going to stay down behind the tire wall down in Big Bend. So I would expect a green next time by. Three vehicles are hidden behind the tire barrier down in the Big Bend runoff area. So look for a green. This is the first full course yellow, followed by a restart that I'm recalling this weekend. So are we going to see a shuffling up front? We're out on the pace car. They're coming under Bailey Bridge. Road course racing, you don't line up in rows again. It's single file restart. Hostley, DiCandido, and Tonelli are your top three. We have an early green, a very early green, which is actually smart on single file restart. Here we go, down into one. Tonelli looking inside of DiCandido, who moves over, blocks that move. And DiCandido was going around the outside of Big Bend. Brave move. Can he hold that position up to the left-hander? And it looks like he will. Well done, DiCandido. Taking over the lead. Tonelli in third. The three of them head up Paul Newman. Tonelli is out accelerating. Well, let's see what they've sorted out on the backside as they head down the downhill. That's a 4-story drop. DiCandido in the lead, Hostley in second. Hostley has been putting up the fastest lap times by far. DiCandido moving over to the right, trying to block a move by Hostley. Hostley says, no, I'm going to do it anyway, but no, he has to back out. First three, equal gap between the three cars. Hostley worrying DiCandido in the mirrors. And they head up Paul Newman straight, headed to the uphill. Did I mention I wish we had a camera up there? Anyway. Yellow has basically taken lap traffic out of the equation pretty much. DiCandido, Hostley, Tonelli, throw a blanket over the three. They're all heading to the right side of Samposi Straight. Now, Hostley and Tonelli move left. They go around the outside of DiCandido, who just had to get... Oh, and Hostley falls off the road at the outside of Big Bend. He didn't spin it yet. Can he get in front of the third place car and retain third? And, well, he loses another position to the zebra car. I think he'll end up, even with dirt on his tires, he'll make quick work of the zebra and get back into third, but that may have just put paid to his attempt to get to second or first. That was a close group up front, but just running the rim in Big Bend, that's just hard to do with the marbles and dust out there. Tonelli is into the 59s. In fact, here he is right behind DiCandido as they come down the front straight. They're both on the left-hand side. I don't think anything's going to happen on this lap. Tonelli's just going to gather his thoughts, try to worry DiCandido. There goes Hostley back into third. Hostley has 10 to 11 minutes left to try to recover what he lost in that contretemps down in Big Bend. He did a good job to not spin it, but he just couldn't get going on the grass to get back onto the track before he lost third spot. He's since gotten that back, but he's got a lot of ground to make up if we want to see a three-way battle for first place like we saw earlier on. There's so little between these two. DiCandido, Tonelli, they're both turning identical fast 59 laps, 59-second laps. No move here by Tonelli into Big Bend. Hostley is going to do what he can to just put in the laps, either hope for another yellow or hope for a mistake up front as those two battle. worse days than finishing third in a spec Miata race, but he's going to do what he can to get back into that battle. There's Tonelli, better run out of the downhill. He's already got the inside position on DeCandido. Who's better on the brakes in the Big Bend? They're both good. They both get through. They're both now back online. Lee is turning faster laps than the leaders. No surprise with those two duking it out. But I'm not sure there's enough time for him to get up there and cause any issue with P1 and P2. Second a lap quicker, which is doable, but we're not seeing it yet. So that is probably over. The race now is for first place between Tonelli and DeCandido. Visually see Tonelli get through the downhill better than DeCandido, but I'm not sure that he can do anything. This is the closest he's been. Less than a car length separates. Tonelli looking inside. He's on the brakes late. No lockup. Oh, that was well done. Well executed. DeCandido had to give him room, and he did. But now Tonelli's in first. DeCandido is in second. If Tonelli starts gapping DeCandido, then any hope that Hostley had of catching up is gone, because it was those two dicing up front that gave Hostley some hope of doing something to get up with them. That's not going to happen. I think we are now under 8 minutes to go in this race, which is about 7 or so laps, 8 laps. Oh yeah, Tonelli has now, he kicks up a little dust at the exit of the downhill, but now he's starting to gap DeCandido. I think we've seen DeCandido's full hand. Is there even a chance for, actually, Hostley may have a chance to get DeCandido if DeCandido is dropping back. The fastest lap of the race. His last lap was a little bit quicker than DeCandido, but Tonelli, I think, is walking this one once he got back around. He's got blinders on, just looking straight. That's 20 car lengths at least between Tonelli and DeCandido. DeCandido may have taken all the good life out of his tires during that tussle with Tonelli. And now it's basically equally gap between first and second and third. Hostley may worry DeCandido for, we've got 5 minutes until the white flag. 5 minutes to go. That's 5 laps in essence before the white flag. I think Hostley has a bit of a chance, more than a 0 chance to get up and take over second. Let's see what happens. Yeah, Tonelli is fully checked out on DeCandido. Where is Hostley? Hostley's got about a quarter of the front straight behind DeCandido. Actually, yeah, I don't think there's enough time left. I was being overly optimistic. Even yeah, he actually has knocked off 2 seconds to DeCandido. In fact, it's hard to predict. These guys are great. Who knows what they're going to do? We may see a photo finish for second place between Austin and DeCandido.
Chip.
Tonelli, he's checking his text. He's going to stop for a cup of coffee. He crosses the line first. DeCandido next. Hosley is a lot closer, Craig Robertson. He's now in the same corner as DeCandido. They're both in Big Bend. That's a big improvement from 2 laps ago. He needs to make up 2.3 seconds in the last 4 laps. And I'm told by our master statistician that comparing lap times, theoretically he can do it. Crew chief is on the radio telling him, "You can make this happen, Rick." Traffic, but that isn't going to change the result of the race. We've now got only 10 car lengths between Hosley and DeCandido. DeCandido in the 81, red over white over black. Hosley in the blue and black with the wing. Just turned the fastest race lap again. And now DeCandido is behind lap traffic. This race for second is not over at all. Hosley's even gaining on the leader, but that's not going to change anything. What we want to see is who's going to get that second step on the podium. Hosley, I'm sure, is mad at himself for falling off the road in Big Bend. Here comes Tonelli. Oh my gosh, Hosley's right on the rear bumper of, in fact, it may happen into this corner. More than a couple laps to go. Hosley makes the move, but he goes wide again in Big Bend. Can he hold the spot? It looks like he can. DeCandido looks inside, going into the left-hander. That is a dicey move. He doesn't do it. It really compromises the line. Actually, DeCandido has the better line through the right-hander. But it looks like Hosley is pulling away. Wow, that was well done. If it stays this way, that was a good move by Hosley. All right, here comes Tonelli. Crosses start finish. Hosley is not that far behind. What's that gap, Craig, between first and second? 2 seconds. We haven't even seen the white flag yet, so there's at least... All right, white flag next time by. So Tonelli is behind slower car. Who didn't see him? They almost banged wheels. That's dramatically going to... So Hosley is now chasing Tonelli up Paul Newman Straight. Look out. We thought this was over. We still got a lap and a half. We're going to see a white flag next time by. And Hosley is going to be right behind Tonelli. Wait, Hostler did it. Something happened on the backside, and there's your leader, Hosley, getting the white flag. Tonelli is third. DeCandido's now in second. So we didn't see what happened because Dickie Regal, we don't have a camera on the backside, but there may be that. Oh, that's right. I remember that 91 car was having electrical cutout issues. That couldn't have happened at a worse time, if indeed that is what happened. Wow, Hossley's going to win this race. Now, he got a little bit of help from Tonelli having spark issues, but still, that shows you just can't ever give up. He was 7 or so seconds behind at one point, and now he's going to win this race. DeCandido will be second. Tonelli in third. There we go. Great race, folks. That was a great race. Well, in the words of Michael Massey to Toto Wolff, it's a motor race, Toto. That was darn good action. unsurprising with spec Miata racing, especially at Lime Rock Park. Next up on the schedule is the High Performance Driving Experience, Group 4. They'll be out from 2:45 to 3:10. Then at 3, in Winner Circle, we're going to see the Moss Miata Award. We are not privy to who's going to win that. My guess it's what Moss Miata feels is the driver of the weekend. And there would be a few candidates in my book, Hostley being among them. Then at 3:15 is the Tom Matano Memorial Enduro Race. Tom Matano, for those who don't know, the most Mazda Miata people out here would know. He was the designer of that car, of the Miata, back in the late 80s, debuting in late 89, the A-Spec Miata. So he was the one who convinced the higher-ups at Mazda, which is not now and wasn't then a big car company, to roll the dice on reinventing the British sports car, but one that's reliable and doesn't leak oil. And that's exactly what they've done. The Miata is the most race car in, if it's not North America, it's probably even the world. And today was a pretty good example of why. The cars are affordable, they're fun. It's a momentum car. It's not a big horsepower car. It's a momentum car, and driver skill matters. And we saw a bunch of that today. The Enduro race, by the way, we're showing 24 entries, 10 of which will have a driver change. And if you don't have a driver change, you don't get an advantage. You're still stopped by rule for the same amount of time. Everyone has to be stopped for 5 minutes. Dylan. A slight change, Moss Miata, that award is going to happen down at the Moss Miata display in B Paddock. It will not be happening in Victory Circle. It's just too bit of a haul from B to VC. So if you want to go see that, and when you come back, tell me who won. The Moss Miata Driver Award is down in B Paddock at the Moss Miata booth, which is well marked. So the cars that will be making a driver change in the 75-minute enduro, the first one on the board we see is the car number 314, Van Svensson. He'll be sharing with Steve Jardin. Also doing a driver change will be Ron Cohen in the 888. He'll be sharing with Jerry Cohen. I'm going to make a wild guess that they're related. Dickie Regal, the boss of all of our bosses here, is co-driving with Don Drislane, who works for him as a lead instructor with the Lime Rock Drivers Club. They're in the car 34. So Dickie Regal and Don Drislane will be sharing a car. Darren Berger and Matt Carr, who walked he walked at least 2 races this weekend. They're sharing car number 84. Mike Sciana and Brian Mesco are sharing a car in the 107 Miata. Rick Hosley, who just put on a show with us, he'll be sharing his 553 with Thomas Machnick. Massimo Risi, another driver who's shown off some skills this weekend in the 18 car, he'll be sharing with Josh Green. Del Ore, who's done a good job over the weekend, and Kurt Sire, also doing well this weekend. They're going to share car number 39. And the last car at this point that we're showing that there will be a driver change is DeCandido, who did so well in this last race, sharing with Mark Gregory in the 129. Those are the 10 cars at this point that are sharing seat time. Remember, they have to make a driver change within a certain window, and all cars, regardless of whether they're making a change or not, will be held for 5 minutes total. That way there's no rush to get someone belted in. You don't want someone unbelted or belted unsafely because of the driver change. So everyone will have plenty of time to get their drivers properly belted in, and everyone loses, if you will, the same amount of time. Remember, if you were headed to Victory Circle for the Moss Miata Award, that location has been changed to the Moss Miata display tent in B Paddock. And that will happen, that's supposed to happen in 7 minutes' time in B Paddock, not Victory Circle as published. when we checker the 75-minute enduro race, and that should be at 4:30, from 5 to 7 is basically a Miatacon party, the mixer. We're not allowed to say party, so we're going to say mixer. The Miatacon mixer and award ceremony, that's going to be basically under the pagoda and the Miatacon Cafe. You know, there's a counter there with a beer tap, and it's right there in A, right where the cafe is, that covered area. We're going to have a Miatacon mixer. So that'll be corner workers and teams and drivers, and it'll be sort of fun. Anyway, that's where it's at. I probably shouldn't be telling all the fans in the world because you can't really invade that. But you can stand outside and watch people partying. How much fun is that? I guess not a lot. Sorry. By the way, I've been lax in mentioning that tomorrow, obviously there's no on-track stuff tomorrow, but tomorrow from 8 to noon, the FCP Euro Sunday Motoring Meet featuring BMW Mini, that is tomorrow here in the upper infield. That is free. There is no cost to come and do that. If you happen to be a BMW/Mini fan, as well as a Miata fan, that is free tomorrow, 8 to 12, FCP Euro Sunday Motoring Meet. It's sort of like a Cars and Coffee, if I had to guess. And that is 8 till noon tomorrow. Bill Emerson is still signing books that you can buy at his autograph session area in B Paddock. You can still do that. He's been there since 2, but he has the endurance of a Miata Enduro race, and he is still there selling and signing books. Again, it's a pretty neat piece. It's called Making Many Miata Miles, and that's more than enough M's. In fact, we need more of them. Anyway, you can meet the Miata icon, Bill Simpson, and his lovely wife, Nancy, who did a circumnavigation of the United States in their Miata, and they put all their luggage in the glove box. It was an amazing job. Anyway, they made notes of their adventure and took photos, and Bill ended up writing a book. So that's a cool thing to have. So head on down to the autograph session, which is still going on in B Paddock. Oh, by the way, I mentioned it much earlier today, but the way the grid is being set for the Enduro races, guess what? It's a lottery. They're pulling names out of a hat for the grid positions, which is fine for an Enduro. No one's going to get a dramatic advantage by starting, 5 rows further up than someone else in an Enduro, especially with a driver change involved. But so we don't know the grid yet. That will be done with a random draw from the hat draw, and that is occurring, I'm not exactly sure when, probably about 10 minutes or so before the start of the race would be my guess. This track day session has been checkered. Cars will be coming in. The Moss Miata Award ceremony in B Paddock, that's happening now. We're a few minutes away. In fact, they've probably already pulled the grid positions out of the hat. I'm hoping Timing and Scoring is able to get that up to us. But we can ID the cars even if we don't get that sheet. Yeah, the grid will be random and it will be a single file start. So we're not going to see side by side. This is not untypical for an endurance race. Back in the day when Le Mans was a running start, you in essence had single file start. As we wait for that grid sheet for the Tom Matano Memorial Enduro Race grid, I would like to read off our partners and sponsors for Miatacon 3 this weekend, which is Moss Miata, Mazda of Milford, Whaling City Mazda, Neft Vodka, that's N-E-F-T, ACI Dynamics, A Verity Storage Solutions, B-Works, Connecticut Business Systems, a Xerox company. Call Before You Dig, that's 811-CBYD. Visit Connecticut. Country Carpenters, builders of the Beer Pavilion. You can see their handiwork live and in color. Cub Cadet from Goff Delamar Hotels. DTLC Equipment and Trailers. Elise Harney Real Estate. The Falls Village Inn, Ferrari of Greenwich, FCP Euro, Foolproof Brewing Company, Goff's Equipment Services, Haggerty Insurance, Hummel Brothers Hot Dogs, Hustler Mowers, the Interlaken Resort, Liqui-Moly, Marsh McLennan Insurance, Massey Ferguson Tractors, Miller Motor Cars, NBT Bank, Pelote, Pepsi, Sports Car Driving Association, the sanctioning body for this weekend, Steel Equipment, S-T-I-H-L, Tents Unlimited, Thule, Toyo Tires, VP Racing Fuels, the White Hart, and Women in Motorsports North America. Most of these are in alpha order, but of course the Miata dealerships get top listing. Well, if I had to make an educated guess, I think the teams are being told what their grid position is. Again, it's going to be a single file start. I counted 24 entrants, and let's see if we haven't gotten any changes yet. Yeah, we're actually on this list. We're seeing two cars with the number 129. That may or may not be the case. We will double check that. We'll find that out. We're seeing on this list as it sits, and it could be somewhat liquid, but we're seeing 24 starters, 10 of which are going to have an actual driver change. The other 14 are going to be sat for the 5 minutes it takes to do that. So no one has an advantage if they're not doing a driver change. Driver change may be an advantage. You're talking about 75 minutes in one stint on a very busy, fast racetrack. So doing a driver change may actually be to the advantage of that team and car. We'll see how that goes. We have a sheet here that's been printed by Time and Scoring that we can keep track of who has made the driver change.
Race starting now. Endurance drivers.
Or enough, we will be informed over the radio if that has happened. I'm not sure what the penalty is, but you won't be able to stop too early or too late. Yeah, the math we're doing is there is a 20-minute window to get your pit stop, to get your driver change and or pit stop done. Again, there's no refueling. That could be important. It may not factor in at all, but if you've got one of the faster Miatas and you're sucking a bit more fuel than the other teams, it may come back to bite you. They may have to lower their RPM limit. They may have to. Who knows? We don't want to guess, but the thing is there's lots of opportunity for things to change, knowing that the fuel you got is the fuel you get. Folks, it looks like we're not going to actually get a sheet that gives the random draw grid. They're just going to head out onto the track from the false grid, which we can't see from here, and that's fine. And that's fine. We'll read off as we are able the car numbers as they come out onto the circuit. I'm assuming that the officials are going to release the cars in that single file grid order. It would make no sense to try to do that on the racetrack. They should release them in the order that they drew. That's what we're hoping to see.
Yeah, they're only drawing.
Okay, here they come down pit lane. The pace car is ready to catch the fish as they head out. It looks like on pole is the 194, followed by the 34, followed by the 84, the 171, the 0, the Zebra 314, the 67, the 91, the 12, the 39, the 773, the 553, the 188, the 663, the 38, and the 129, and the 129. So there are, in fact, two 129s. The 18 and the 91 take up the rear of the field. There will be 2 pace laps, as usual, to give everyone time to get their tires warmed up a bit and to get some heat into the brakes.
The 194 is Earl.
We're waiting for the cars to cross start finish on the track for the first time so that the computer sees the start order. Because right now the computer is just showing a random collection of car numbers, but once they cross, each car crosses the line. Yeah, so 194 and 34 are the first 2 cars. 84 is third. Craig Robertson is going to try to get the car numbers down as they cross. I'm not sure why. One of the drivers did not understand this is a single file start. And they're going to green it anyway. It is an endurance race. The 194 is leading. In fact, that was Dickie Regal who misunderstood the race director's notes. Anyway, we'll see if he gets penalized for that. But we have started the enduro race at 3:21. It's a 75-minute race with a mandatory driver change and/or pit stop, which there's a 20-minute window to accomplish that.
Straight up there now.
Okay, I'm sorry, folks, I didn't mean to do that. So leading is Earl Tucker in the 194, and then Dickie Regal, who is starting that car. He's sharing with Don Drislane. He's showing second place. Let's see what happens as they come across the line. We're seeing actually the 0 car of Sean Noonan in first, Earl Tucker second, and Dickie Regal, Zachariah Rosenberg, and Van Svensson are your top 5. Sean Noonan is just driving away. It's only the third lap, and he's already through Big Ben before the next car enters. Noonan's going to try to make a big as gap as possible because we got a whole host of fast guys stuck mid-pack due to the random draw. Tonelli, though, is toward the front. Dickie Regal's toward the front. Massimo Risi is not that far away. He's about a quarter of the track away from the leader. One car didn't make it out, so we have 23 starters. And I'm trying to see who didn't get out. Somebody's slow coming in the pits. Obviously, it's too soon for the mandatory pit stop. Probably have some sort of issue. Am I looking at a right front problem? Not sure. Let's see. Yeah, this is the 38, the red 38 car. That's Ed Zemek. He had earlier mechanical issues. Let's see the mechanics reaching in. Yeah, he's got something right front. The mechanic is looking right front. We're hearing a full course, we're seeing a full course yellow, and we're trying to find out where and why. The pace car has picked up the leader. All the drivers are being told to whoa up a little bit here. We got a full course yellow. And our crow's nest is not seeing anything from It looks like it's somewhere near Bailey Bridge is an issue with what we think is the zebra car. Anyone who has seen that car yesterday, today knows exactly what I'm talking about. It is painted exactly like a zebra. The 38 is still parked in pit lane. They've got the car up on jacks. The mechanic is sending him, but we don't know if it's back to the paddock or onto the track. We'll tell you. Ed Zemek is going back out. During an endurance race, that may not be the end of the day for him. He was obviously hearing or feeling something. The mechanics have checked the car out. It looks like they saw nothing wrong, and maybe this is sort of during this caution lap, sort of a test lap to see if whatever he was seeing or feeling is still occurring. As we know, cars rarely fix themselves, if only. This car did gather the field. We are under full course yellow. Noonan in the 0, Earl Tucker in the 91, and Reese Massimino in the 18. That's your top 3. On the radio as Nagler spun the car near West Bend and then was tagged by Svensson. So we'll see if both of those cars are knocked out. It looks like they may be. The 38, the one that was in pit lane for about 2 laps, he's still out there trying to catch up to the field. Hopefully that car is sorted out. Seeing one car on the hook coming into pit lane right now. Yeah, the zebra car, the right front is bashed in a bit. There's probably suspension damage, ending the day for the zebra, which was car number 314. Pace car in. I guess we're going green. Didn't get a heads up, or I didn't hear it. Here we go. We still have Noonan in the lead. 91 second. Reese in third. Noonan, Tonelli, Reese. That's your top 3. Followed by the 194 of Earl Tucker. we're not sure why, but the yellow 91 is not showing up on our timing and scoring screens. But that was Tonelli's car. That was in the last race that we saw. Sure, if there's a TNS issue, they'll sort it out. But as the cars are on the track, yeah, for some reason, maybe there is a transponder issue with that 91 car, which is actually trying for the lead down into Big Bend around Noonan. He's going to make that happen, and it does. '91 car, which is being driven by Earl Tucker III, who just lost a position to Reese. We now do see him on the timing and scoring sheet, if you will. So it's Noonan, Reese, and Tucker are your top three.
Actually, it's Noonan, Tucker, Reese.
Here we go again. Here's the 91 trying the same move into Big Ben. Made it work last time, but he lost it somewhere on the backside. Now he's trying again to take the lead. This sure as heck doesn't look like an endurance race. Reese is still hanging back, not too far off in third place. The 91, that's the car that we know has an electrical cutting in, cutting out issue. He's fallen way back. He lost 4 seconds on the last lap that we just saw. Now it's Reese right up against Noonan's back bumper. Hostley is in 7th. That was the one who had that stupendous victory in the last 20-minute race of the day. So he's well in contention. In fact, everybody's still in contention because it really depends on how well you do your... Actually, I shouldn't say that. Everyone is going to spend 5 minutes in the pits either making a driver change or not. So that's equalized. Reese has taken over the lead. That happened in the second part of Big Bend. Noonan second in the 91 car. And I'm sort of confused about who's in there, but the 91 is on the track third. Earl Tucker the third. They may have sorted that glitch out. So it looks like Noonan, Reese, Tucker, and then Dickie Regal in... Oh, I'm sorry. They... reason one of the cars is not being scored, or it went a lap down and we didn't see that happen. can theorize here. It could be that the 91 car, which we know was suffering an electrical issue, it may be cutting in and out again, and when it cuts out, it may be, I'm sorry, Hostley almost fell off the road in Big Bend. Big lockup, but he kept it on. And it may be where the transponder isn't transponding, if you will, isn't transmitting, and so when it crosses the line, the system doesn't see it. So that's our theory, and we're going to stick with it for now. But the racing is still fraught up front. The top three are all together still on the track, but it doesn't always show that to us on the timing and scoring screen. Again, we may have a transponder issue, but it's Reese, Noonan, and Tucker in the top three positions so far. You can throw a blanket over the three of them. A cliche, but a cliche that's true. It even further is the fact that there are two Earl Tuckers. There's an Earl Tucker the third who just did not show up on the screen, and a regular Earl Tucker. The regular Earl Tucker is 194, and the other Earl Tucker is the 91, who now shows up again on the screen. He keeps bouncing around from showing in third place to being outside the top 10 and then showing back up again. Again, that really sounds like a transponder issue. At the leaders are just, again, right next to each other. We've got Reese, we got Tucker, we got Noonan. Tucker, one of the Tuckers, I'm not sure which one, but he's going inside of Noonan. And again, it looks like it works, but that means Noonan's on the inside for the left-hander. Tucker's still hanging with him. Can he get to the apex? No. Good try. Okay, within the next 3 or 4 minutes, the pits will be open for those who want to make their mandatory stop. We'll see if anybody does an early one. Okay, one of the Tuckers has lost time to the front runner, which is still Reese and Noonan. But he's certainly within catching distance. That's not an issue, but he did lose some time with lap traffic. Our gaggle of 3 cars for the lead. Reese, Noonan, A. Tucker. Reese barely holds on to the spot. Oh, and Noonan drops a wheel at the exit of the... Oh, and Reese makes a bit of a mistake. Literally, a blanket would cover the three of them as they head up Paul Newman Straight. Talking a baby blanket, not a quilt. That's how close they are. Oh my gosh, this is crazy stuff for early in an enduro. Reese Noonan, one of the Tuckers, heading down to Big Bend. Everyone taking the normal racing line on entry. They're all guilty of braking and entering. They will be convicted. Coming upon lap traffic, this could be completely different by the time they come to the downhill again. And the leaders, they're still as close as ever. There's two lap cars in front of them. Reese is in the lead. A Tucker is in second. Noonan's in third. They have to account for the slightly earlier braking by the cars in front of them, but they're getting through. This is going to be a cluster jam as they head up Paul Newman. Reese gets around one of the lap cars. So does a Tucker. So does Noonan. Now there's just one more to go, and I think he'll get a point by. All three should get a point by before the uphill. Regal is coming in. He's going to make that stop in that driver change. Going to put Don Drislane in that car. Again, everyone has to be stopped for no less than 5 minutes. '91 is also in to make its dry. I don't think he's doing a driver change. No. So they've got to stay stopped for a total of 5 minutes, which includes a lap. I'm not sure how they're measuring that, but that's part of it. They're pulling the fender out on Regal's and Drislane's car, so there must have been some slight contact somewhere. So Dickie Regal's out of the car. Don Drislane is dressed and ready to go. They're of different heights, so they've got to make a seat adjustment too. With a Tucker in the pits doing what he has to do, which is even without a driver change, he's got to spend a total of 5 minutes of time during this effort. Anyway, that leaves Reese and Noonan out on track, separated by about 3 car lengths. Now remember, it's entirely possible that for those teams doing a driver change, that their driver change takes longer than 5 minutes. That's entirely possible. 5 minutes is fair time, but we just now see Don Drislane getting into that 34. we got one car headed back to the compound. They're either going to try to fix something there or the day is done. We don't know. We don't have radio comms with each team. So with the shuffling, we're still showing Massimo Risi in the lead in the 18 car, followed by Sean Noonan in the 0. They're actually about to lap the Rick Hostley car. We're not sure who's in that car. It just doesn't look like the same speed as we saw in the last race of the day. Either case, they're coming up on lap traffic, and Noonan is all over the back of Risi. That is a ding-dong battle, as the Brits would say. To get around lap traffic with Noonan right on his tail. Hopefully that lap car sees Noonan, and he does. Oh, and Risi gets a little nudge from Noonan, falls off the road. He's gonna end up losing one spot, and I don't know if the car behind him is a lap car or not. But that was rubbing his racing. There was nothing intentional there by my eye, but Risi did fall off the road, all four off, had to gather it up and get back on the track. Car is in the pits doing their driver change. All right, so Noonan has a much bigger lead. Here comes Risi. Risi's coming in. He figures if that was such a garbagey lap, why not? Why not do the driver change now? Josh Green is expected to get in the car that Massimo Massimo's not getting out. It's possible they're not. Wait. Sorry, folks. Door is open. Massimo Risi is out of the car. I don't see his co-driver yet. There is time. They're looking at the right rear. That's where he made contact with Noonan. And it looks like things are okay car-wise. Of our race winners, yep, that car is getting into the car that was started by Darren Berger, a Lime Rock Drivers Club member, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, and they're definitely making a driver change. They're cleaning the windshield, they're getting the seat moved. Sometimes they're put an insert in, depending on the drivers. The 194 pole-sitting Earl Tucker Sr. car is back on track after their pit stop. Crosses start and finish. He's still in the lead. Richard Estacio was supposed to take over at some point in this pit window. Zachariah Rosenberg is showing second. Tom DiCandido, who put up such a great race a couple hours ago, is in third. And Chris Haywood, who is going to run solo, is in fifth. Probably expect every minute to see a car come in for their mandatory stop. You're seeing the 773 or 663 is in pit lane. Now is the 553, that's the Hostley car, and Hostley started it. Tom Matchnick is now in the car. There appears to be about 40 minutes left in the race. Everyone trying to meet the mandatory pit stop window that's occurring as we speak. Well, Noonan's making it easy for us leader-wise. He's still out there. He has not made a pit stop, his mandatory pit stop, and he's still the leader on the board. Rosenberg in the 171 is showing second, and the Cohen & Cohen machine, Ron Cohen in the car now, is in third. That's the 188. Don Drislane is out there in the number 34. That was the Dickie Regal Don Drislane car. In fact, Don stopped up here in the booth to introduce his daughters to us and to show them what a broadcast PA booth looks like. And he's out there laying down the laps. Most important pit stop, of course, will be when the zero car of Sean Noonan comes in. And we've got binoculars on the downhill, so as soon as we see that car entering pit lane, we'll let you know. Being chased by one of our race winners, Matt Carr from Torrington. Don knows how to not drive his mirrors, trust me. Got one screen showing Richard Estacio in the zero car. We've got another screen showing Sean Noonan. That car has not been in for a driver change, so I'm not sure who started. We thought it was Noonan, but maybe it wasn't. All right, the zero car across the start finish, still in the lead. Rosenberg in the 171 is still showing P2. And Leonard Rinaldi in the 663, and I believe that car has made its pit stop, is showing third. Car did get around Don Drizzling somewhere on the backside, probably going into the uphill or West Bend. They're going through Big Bend right now. Don drives the classic left-hander line for a low-powered car. We have a car off driver's right in the left-hander trying to, he's not going to rejoin. We may see an FCY. Oh, won't that be fun? That car is still under power, still trying to, if he can find a good place to park that car, we won't have to go full course yellow to retrieve it. The car is now out of our sight here in the broadcast booth. We'll see. I'm seeing brake lights on a service vehicle. It looks like whoever that was, and we never saw a car number, whoever that was, it looks like he wisely got that car into a safe location behind a barrier, which means we don't have to go full course yellow to recover it. In fact, there isn't even a local yellow covering that, so that car is out of the way. Noonan making timing and scoring easy, at least for first place. He still leads, and we're still showing Zachariah Rosenberg in the 171 as P2, and Leo Rinaldi in the 663 as third place. We've got a yellow car coming in the pits. We'll try to get a car number. Peter goes by again. Sean Noonan in the 0 car. It could be Richard Astacio in there, but we think it's Noonan. driver is in, the 0 car, they are going to do a driver change. So I don't have the suits memorized, but if Noonan was in, Rick Astacio is going to replace him. They have their seat pads and bolstering ready to go. So Noonan seems to have a little bit of trouble getting out of the car. Again, there's no major rush. Noonan's out. Astacio is getting his pads in. I don't think they had to move the seat. Every team has set their car up for the race seat to be movable. Some are. One is the Rosenberg car, who had been in second place. They've made their driver change, or at least their pit stop. The Noonan car is far enough out front that they still haven't lost their P1 position. That will probably change once their 5 minutes is accounted for. The Rick Hostley car is now showing second place, and my guess is that he'll be the leader in the next lap or two. Like the one car you get to see into the pits, and they're running out of time for the window, is the 888 of Cohen and Cohen, Ron and Jerry. We don't have that car check marked as the pit stop. Car should be 188, not 888. Has been in, by the way, the 188. So it was listed on the sheet incorrectly as 888. So it was 188. That car has made their stop. All the cars of note that aren't out with a mechanical or a crash have all made their stop within the window. So what you see is what we're going to get for the remainder of this race. We are showing 48 minutes in to a 75-minute race. After the pit stop shuffling, and we don't think there's much more to go, we're still showing, believe it or not, the 0 Noonan car as the leader. Earl Walker the third in the 91. That's that yellow Roadster. We're showing him in second. Rick Hostley and Tom Matchnick are in the 553, and they're in third place. And Reese and Josh Green in the 18 car, the Italian flagged car, is fourth, and DeCandido and Mark Gregory are in either fifth or sixth. We're not showing P2 on the screen right now. Yeah, we still think up here in the booth that the 91 car, which sometimes shows and sometimes doesn't, does have a transponder issue that's probably related to that car's alleged electrical issue. Sometimes we see position 1, 3, 4 with no 2. Then we see 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm sure what they're doing, as every race sanctioning body does, you do keep backup hand scoring. So somebody in time and scoring is keeping track by hand on their lap chart. Transponder out of the timing and scoring office, so that may be what's going on. Again, they're probably backing up with hand scoring. Best information shows that Earl Tucker III in the 91 yellow Roadster is, in fact, in second place. Rick Estacio, who was in the Noonan Zero car, is still showing the leader, but he's losing time to the 91. Looks like there may be a cross-up where when one car, we don't know which one yet, crosses the line, it knocks Earl Tucker's car off the timing and scoring screen, but when Tucker then actually crosses the line, he shows back up. So we're seeing the Zero car that has Rick Estacio as the leader. We see Earl Tucker in the 91 yellow Roadster as second, who is catching the leader. Estacio and Tucker, they're mixed in with a back marker through Big Bend. The 91 couldn't make that move stick. We're coming up to the left-hander, still nose to tail. They're both slightly offline, which means they're both going to be slowish up Paul Newman straight. Tucker's got his left front alongside the right rear of the Estacio car. About 20 minutes to go. Tucker machine has gotten around the Noonan Estacio machine. They're both going around a back marker into Big. Oh, Noonan was going to go inside and change to go into the outside of the lap car. Now he's really hung up. It's Estacio in that car. Noonan started it. A Tucker, the 91 yellow Roadster, is now leading. Hosley car, which may have Machnik in it, maybe Hosley, we're not sure who started, has made up 10 seconds and is still climbing up the track position marker, if you will. Right, so Hosley is showing in third, and then he just shows up, and then Tucker shows up again. Yeah, it looks like a little glitch where the Tucker, the 91 car, drops off the screen, and then shows up when he actually crosses the line. So that's a glitch we can work with. Hosley has taken another 6 seconds away from the front runner, so it's Earl Tucker in the 91 yellow Roadster, followed by Estacio in the Zero car, then Hosley / Machnik in third, about 24 seconds behind. 1, 3, and 4 are all running 1 minute flat lap times, and the second place car is turning 103s. So that obviously is going to change. Now we have corner worker information that that 91 car is still suffering electrical/ignition issues. Slowed down dramatically on the backside, then he recycled the ignition and is back under power. He's going through Big Bend as we speak. And spoken of the possible fuel capacity issues, we have no way of knowing who's going to run low on fuel toward the end. It's a distinct possibility, but it's not a given. But we'll see what happens. For 553 Rick Hosley car, which we think has Tom Matchnick in it, 15 minutes to go. He's taken huge chunks out of the leader. He's now 18 seconds behind. Reason to believe that Tom Matchnick actually started the car, and Rick Hosley, one of our race winners from the weekend, is now behind the wheel. Because big chunks and sub 1 minute lap times for the 553. We're seeing that on the board. This may well boil down to an Earl Tucker, Rick Hosley battle to the end. Rick is 14 seconds behind with 14 minutes left to go, and he's turning lap times that could put him right behind Peter Tucker's number 91 yellow Roadster. Devil. Tucker comes down the front straight, crosses start finish. We're going to see what the gap is to Hosley. There goes P2. Noonan goes by. Here comes Hosley. We'll see what that gap is. He just turned the fastest race lap, and that gap is down to 10 seconds. He's taking 2, 3, 4 seconds at a time out of that lead. Let's see what happens. They're both running sub 1 minute lap times. But Hosley's is actually, he's running low 59s. Tucker running high 59s. That's the big difference. under 10 minutes to go. Top three, Earl Tucker the third in the 91 car. Rick Hostley in the 553 is second. We don't know. And Sean Noonan, who led much of the early parts of this race, that car, which has Rick Estacio in it, is showing third. So Tucker went by and the car didn't sound happy. Again, he's probably in there frantically rebooting his ignition system. Hostley is throwing up 59s like they're candy at Halloween. And we did a manual check of the gap between Tucker and Hostley. We showed 10 seconds. We're going to try that again to see if Hostley's gaining. We're showing 5 minutes, a little bit less than 5 minutes to go in the race. And it's 91, 553, and now 18, right? The leader, wow. There may be time for Hossie to catch up on Tucker. That gap is less than 5 seconds, according to the board. Was up in the 20s not too long ago. Hostley's car, which has, he can now see Tucker in front of him up Paul Newman Straight. So we're showing Hostley catching the leader. Right, and the Josh Green Massimo Risi car is in third. Gap for second is under 3 seconds. And we've got about 3 minutes to go. You know, you don't need a watch to see Hostley's 553 catching the Tucker 91. You can see it visually. Here comes the leader with cars in front. He's safely around one. He's got another to go. Hostley's within spitting distance. Looks like Hostley's run out of time. Next time by, they're going to show the 91 car the white flag. So we've got 1.5 laps left. I don't think that's enough time, though we said that before, for Hostley to catch the Tucker, right? Let's see what happens. We're watching for 91 out of the downhill. He won past 2 cars under the bridge. He's now on the front straight. He's got another car to get around, as does Hostley. It's possible that Hostley's going to get on the back end here of Tucker. Now it's what, 7 car lengths, Craig? 1.2 seconds, and Tucker's getting held up by a back marker. Oh, he just didn't move out of the way. And I'm sorry, Hostley tried to make a move down to the apex and the right-hander to get around the back marker. That didn't work. That, I think, busts his chances. He needed to get around him at the minimum before they got onto Paul Newman Straight. And I don't think that happened. So it's just the uphill West Bend where you don't really pass, and then how you get out of the downhill. Here come, oh my God. Okay, Hostley's right there. They're coming out. He's not gonna do it, but it is so close. Less than a car length. A quarter of a car length separated first from second. Hostley again on his horse in the late stages of a race and almost made that happen. Every seat could be down here at start finish. You would have seen literally it was probably 2.5 feet between the back bumper of Tucker and the front bumper of Hostley. And I'm not sure how that shows up on the board. That probably shows up, well, it didn't show up, but it probably shows up as something in the hundredths of a second difference. And And that's some darn good close racing for an enduro. You don't see that every day. Sorry we weren't more clear about how quickly Hostley was gaining, but the timing and scoring screen would keep dropping Tucker and then re-showing him, so we weren't always getting the proper gaps between the leader and second place. But still, it was, like I said, with about 10 laps to go, visually you could see Hostley catching Tucker, and it finished as close as you like at start-finish for the win for a Tucker in the 91 Roadster and Hostley in the winged 553. Folks, that is the last race of the day, and a good one it was. The organizers, the SCDA, and the corner workers have their mixer with the drivers. That's in the Miatacon Cafe. 7:15 is the Neft Vodka Movie Night. That's F1 the movie, starring, of course, Brad Pitt. That starts at 7:15. That's under the Country Carpenters Beer Pavilion. Anyway, thus ends the Tom Matano Memorial Enduro Race. And a good one it was. We want everybody to drive home safely if you're leaving now. It'd be great if you want to stick around for the movie if you haven't gone to see that movie yet. I saw it in the theater. It was pretty good. There's some racing stuff that isn't real, but as race fans and race people, we've come to expect that from Hollywood. But it's still a good movie to watch, and Brad Pitt, I can tell you, was excellent in the role. A reminder, tomorrow there is the FCP Euro Sunday motoring meet featuring BMW and Mini. That is free tomorrow. That's 8 till noon. That's like a Cars and Coffee event here at Lime Rock. Lime Rock's a beautiful place to be on a Sunday, as those who've come to the Concours and the Memorial Day Car Show full well know. That's going to do it for me, Rick Rosso, alongside Craig Robertson, our master statistician and motorsports researcher, and we've had a wonderful time. We hope you did too. Again, head up to the Country Carpenters Beer Pavilion for the F1 movie. That starts around 7, and we'll see you next time. Thanks from everyone here at Lime Rock Park.